because we have plans for Hydropool. We're not stopping here. So, this is the first stop. So I think we need more software, more cypherpunk.
Yeah,
very,
I want to
very much looking forward to seeing people experiment with different payout schemes, using Hydropool's ability to extend that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard people talking about eHash paying out to decentralized, paying out to an eCash. I forget what you call them, but a mint. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
There was also another guy.
We've heard people talk about different just fun gamified schemes for group mining.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like something insane like payout based on, best difficulties achieved, or the winner of the block gets the machine that actually finds the block gets a disproportionate amount of the reward, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right.
It'll be fun to see what people try.
I think as we see more different types of miners and different types of mining situations arise, which is definitely going to happen, the need for different structures and payout structures and share accounting and things like that, and how these mining pools are set up and distributed, the need just increases for all these different things. And I really think Hydropool is that building block, that tool that you need to just try these things. Some might not work, but whatever, we can just do things. People can just do things. And, there's it's been shown that, people will come up with some amazing stuff.
Yeah. Stuff that we can't even envision or think it's crazy.
Exactly.
And it just takes off.
Right.
I'm interested to see how it gets leveraged in a situation where the government starts cracking down on Bitcoin miners and trying to enforce censorship and, arbitrary mining policies that just are antithetical to the ethos of Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you talk to some of the pool operators, right, and you say, what happens if the governments do crack down? And they say, oh, yeah, it'll be straightforward. We can start another pool. But nobody really has the software to start, especially a PPLNS pool, right? If there's 20 companies out in Azerbaijan who want to start mining to a pool, how do you do that,
Right.
They just have the proprietary software. Nobody else has it. A scalable, tested,
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I want to circle back to P2Pool V2 eventually, not necessarily right now, but you just touched on something which was scalability and testing. And the last couple of weeks have been pretty intense with testing and setup in the background leading into the TeleHash here. Do you want to talk about any of that?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the star is with us, Ryan, because without his tooling, we might not be able to do as much testing as we did, right? So, it's one thing to build a pool and point 3 or 4 machines and say, yeah, it works, right? It's another thing to say, okay, let's point 4,000 miners to it and see what happens. And how do you do that? It's not easy. It's a money commitment, right? So you need to kind of fake a few things, right? I mean, basically, the pool should be willing to accept shares which are really low, and we should be able to start miners on a laptop, right? So Ryan's Mujina, basically, he tweaked it so that we could run thousands of instances on my laptop, on our machines, right? And point all the hash rate to Hydropool instance and see how it holds up. And we found a lot of issues there, right? So, which is the point of list load testing, to find the issues, to fix them before you face the public. So, yeah, we found some, of course, when you write software, you think X and the reality is Y. So to see the reality and then to be able to fix those things, which is what we spent last 10 days. I mean, maybe Ryan can talk a little more about how Mujina helped us here.
Well, yeah, we've had a very collaborative and busy last couple of weeks, but I think this just comes up in our conversations naturally. We're talking about the projects and what we're working on and how we're testing, and you and I just started kicking up around some ideas, and I explained that early on in Mujina, I had written basically a CPU mining virtual hashboard for Mujina because that was convenient for my testing. But I didn't really productize that. I didn't leave it in Mujina. That was just part of something I did early on for testing. And we thought, oh, well, what if we bring that back to use it for pool testing? Because you had some tools that that you used for testing at scale. What did you call it?
JMeter. Yeah. JMeter. It's a good old Apache JMeter, right? But that was really
Yeah.
a fake miner. We were sending the same message again and again. We were not really testing the whole
Right.
path, right? The whole critical path of handling submissions. And we were able to do that once you tweaked Magina.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how we evolved. We talked about JMeter, we did some other stuff. Schnitzel had some thing where we were opening many connections
Yeah.
and like playing back some traffic. But the problem was always when 4,000 real miners show up, they all get their own connection, they all get their own extranauts, and then you expect the shares that come back from them to be valid for the work that was sent to them. And really, it's important to test Hydropool that way because part of the scaling is, verifying the hash calculations of the shares and what are their difficulty and sticking them in the accounting system, which, so we needed to do something as real as possible, but still fake enough because this is a proof of work system. As we found out, we made some attempts where we're like, oh yeah, we actually have to do enough work to generate that kind of traffic. So we just kept evolving and cheating. And eventually, so what I did was productized into Magina, a CPU mining function, basically. But as Magina is designed to be able to plug in various hashboards, to hot plug hashboards and of different types at the same time. So the CPU miner in Magina is just like another hashboard that you virtually plug in. And what we decided was best for pool testing was we started experimenting with, hey, CPU miners are very weak sauce, actually. Even at difficulty 1, a CPU takes, let's just call it 10 minutes to find a valid share. So we started talking about how do, let's hack Hydropool to send difficulties that are below 1. So like fractional difficulties, which, that doesn't ever happen, obviously. And you didn't like that exactly. So eventually what we did was we taught Mugina to ignore the pool difficulty. And there's a setting in Mugina where you can configure at what rate do I want to send shares to the pool. And so like you normally tune difficulty to receive a share every 3 seconds, right?
Yep.
So we just set it that way. I want Magina to send shares to this pool at every 3 seconds. And also, I don't want to use my whole CPU to do that. So in Magina, you can configure, I just want to use 1% of the CPU. I want to use 50%, whatever. And that way, you can come up with a pretty lightweight CPU miner that's willing to send shares to Hydropool at even CPU mineable difficulties. And then you added a switch to Hydropool, which for these test purposes would not test the share against the difficulty that you were requesting from the miner. So you're basically ignoring the difficulty check and just imputing to that share whatever minimum difficulty you asked for. So I might send you a share that's 0.001 difficulty, but you're like, oh yeah, that's a 5K share. Great, I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we had to cheat both. We had to
that exercises
the full
both ends.
Yeah. No, this absolutely. We basically were able to do end-to-end testing, right? Yeah. In a I wouldn't call it simulated environment, but in tools that are meant to run in real world, but with just slightly tweaked parameters, right?
Just slightly, yeah.
Yeah, 1 millionth down, sure.
I'm curious, how did the Dell Optiplex 9020 hold up? The 2014 hardware I was using.
I could say you could connect at least 2,000 workers to your machine without really being worried. At 2,500, 3,000, you start seeing some latency spikes here or there when memory is cleared, this or that, the other. But I would say that was the stretching limit. So our initial plan was for the TeleHash to run on the Optiplex. And then some better sense prevailed, and we were like, let's just be safe. People are pointing hash rate. Let's respect that. And let's give them a stable, solid environment. And we ended up pushing it on the cloud for the day.
Yeah.
So right now it's running on a cloud.
I think this highlights. Go ahead. This highlights, this is obviously very important for testing Hydropool and getting this software working. But this is really important for all the 256 projects, right? Is having this ecosystem of tools and products that we can use to test all of them, right? I mean, this is essential for testing Magina, which is essential for testing the Ember One, right? Having this all available, having it modular such that you can just add these tweaks to test out whatever it is you're doing is essential for developing of the whole open source mining stack. It just accelerates this process incredibly, which I think is going to be a huge win for developing, new types of miners, new types of mining pool situations.
This is a solid point, man. Like, because you need to have something that you can start building on. And we have this entire stack in 256 Foundation now. Right, and with collaboration, you can keep building this, which is such a solid point. I think we should write some documentation.
Yeah, I think it would be great to demonstrate the testing that went into the pool and how other people can do that. Because I mean, you've got the whole stack at your disposal with everything the 256 Foundation has put together. I mean, with Mujina and Hydropool. I mean, let alone the hardware pieces of it. Just on the software side, even, that gives people so much insight that they just don't have using anything else that's out there.
Hey, we should run a workshop for this. To run the entire stack on a laptop. To run the entire laptop, run your pool, run your Mujinas here. Oh man! And then if you have 20 people in the hackathon, and one of them could run pools, or 5 of them could run pools, that should be fun.
Yeah.
The fun part is the way this stuff emerges. Like, we didn't plan this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
this wasn't part of the grant proposal. Like, I mean, we just kind of were kicking stuff around. Like, I can change that, okay, and I can see your source. So, maybe you change this over here, and it just emerged very organically amongst us. Now, obviously, we know these projects pretty intimately, and we talk a lot. But that's the same way it's going to emerge in the community at large, right? Like, I can just try it. We'll just hack this thing. That's all we were doing.
Yeah, it's great what people can do. Jungly, we're gonna have to cut the recording here for the show. But where can people go to learn more about Hydropool? And please share any closing thoughts that you have.
Well, hydropool.org, which I think you maintain, right, Echo? And then, of course, 256 Foundation's GitHub organization, we have the Hydropool repo there. We should write more documentation and put it out more. We're going to do that for sure. Closing thoughts, come with crazy ideas. Let's try them out. That's it.
Scott, Ryan, do you guys have some closing thoughts?
I think it's so exciting to have these ideas that people might have, tests, products, new deployments. They're like first-class users on these platforms, right? You don't have to hack. You don't have to, start working on something just to get to zero to try out your idea. Like, new ideas, tests, whatever. Like, this is a first-class citizen here. Like, it's absolutely encouraged, and I think that is fire. That is the way to go. Super excited.
Well said. How about you, Ryan?
Yeah, maybe just a closing question. Aside from adoption, what's the future of Hydropool? Where do we go from here?
There's a fair few things to do. There's ideas being knocked about that we should start working on supporting SV2 miners directly, right? So we have encrypted channels and this and that, the other. There is some scaling challenges in PPLNS, right? We should probably investigate that and maybe put a benchmark out there, this kind of machine for this and that, the other. These are kind of the small details. But of course, there is this bigger question of if we have many headed Hydra, if we want to let them coordinate and work together, how do we do that? But let's leave that for another conversation. There is work to do.
That's a dense topic.
Yeah.
But I mean, that all goes to show what's possible with the power of open source when people collaborate together and when we're on a united mission to dismantle the proprietary mining empire. So if you believe in that mission, point some hash rate to dash.256f.org. All the instructions are there for where to point your miner. If you don't have miners, Brains is selling hash rate, so you can go to their website and buy some hash rate and point it to the TeleHash. But our goal is to hit at least one block today, if not multiple blocks, and fund the future projects and keep the development rolling. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Jungly. And
thanks, you all. Thanks, 256.
Nice work, Jungly.
Nice work, you all, everybody. Awesome. Thanks.
Bravo. All right. Ciao.
Ciao.
And we're back. Are we good to go, X-Frog? Everything's good. We're live. Great. So let's. Oh my. Let's.
I immediately spilled a drink.
That's okay. It happens.
Get this party started.
Where's the dog when I need it?
Oh, he went to go get some pizza. Oh, hey, he's got paper towels. Here you go. What do we want to say about Hydropool after hearing that conversation with Jungly?
This is such an essential project, right? I mean, I guess
we're running the TeleHash on it.
We're running the TeleHash on it. It's working really good, right? We had 1,058 workers, right? And the way pools work is you need to allocate the same resources on the pool server hardware for the connection, no matter what the hash rate is. So those could be, kilohash nerd miners. Those could be a proxy behind exahash. It takes the same resources. So, and then of course there's the computation that the pool is doing for every worker that's connected, validating all those shares, preparing work, and sending it out to all of them. It happens like every connected worker gets new work every few seconds, I think. And then of course,
yeah, I think we target like is it 3 shares a second or 1 share every 3 seconds?
1 share every 3 seconds.
Yeah, okay. 1 share every 3 seconds.
1 share every 3 seconds is
Yeah.
what Jungly has tuned. So Hydropool will manage the difficulty of each miner based on what it estimates its hash rate to be, but it will adjust it so that it gets a share on average once every 3 seconds.
But then how often are we sending work out to the workers?
It's a good question. I think it's something on the order of every 10 seconds.
Every 10 seconds. And so that needs to happen no matter what their hash rate is.
That's independent
right?
of what the hash rate is.
So yeah, there's quite a bit of server resources that need to go into it, and smartly programming that. I know Jungly's been working on optimizations, well, the whole project, but adding a bunch as we've been testing in preparation for the TeleHash, getting it working. Schnitzel's been working like absolutely overtime too, getting this stood up on in the cloud, getting it tested. We were initially running it on a box backstage.
Yeah.
And that was actually performing really well. I mean, considering it's an older box, nothing crazy, right? Just a desktop.
Yeah, it's a Dell Optiplex 9020 built in 2014. So it's got an Intel i7. I forget the exact specs on it, but yeah, I mean, dude, it's over 10 years old.
So that's pretty rad programming of Hydropool, that you can have a 10-year-old machine and it performs really well. We had thousands of workers.
Yeah, 4,000.
Yeah, I think he said you start seeing latency introduced when you get over like 2,500.
Okay.
With that hardware. So
that's a lot of workers,
right?
Right. For a self-hosted pool to be able to handle that,
that's more than double what we have right now. So.
And then the other sort of flexibility with Hydropool is that Schnitzel deployed this to the cloud, this morning, well, last night and this morning, and it also works there, and it can scale up. Did lots of testing on that. It's very performant. So this is fantastic software, and to have that be available so you can just take it and hack on it. I mean, I think this to me seems like a game changer, right? To be clear, we've had open source pool software. CK Pool has been around for a long time. But I think that this is just going to sort of increase what people can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the testing we've done this week or the last couple of weeks has been living proof of that. We can just go in and change it, and it's in Rust, so it's easier for developers to understand than C+. And I think it is a game changer, and I we'll see if everybody agrees or not, and if it starts getting some use. But I think that'll be the exciting part, is seeing how people use it and what they do with it, and if they come up with some clever payout schemes that we haven't thought of yet. But I think the first step is just getting the tools in their hands, and now they're enabled to do it if they want to be ambitious.
Ryan and I were talking about this earlier today, but I'd be willing to guess that every major pool out there was at least prototyped, if not still running on some version of CK Pool. I mean, this software was a very early like reference design example of how to do a pool. And I bet nearly everyone has used it. And so hopefully we can, add some capability, add some configurability, some interest for people to do new types of pools on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in multiple industries, right? Like Xrog was telling us last night, like CCTV systems. There was like one open source CCTV software like made 15 years ago. And ever since then, like everybody's just been forking that and using that and modifying it. So you're just kind of stuck with the same thing. And I think like CK Pool was kind of what everybody's been using to build their pools on, at least a lot of them, right? And now we've got HydroPool, and even HydroPool was heavily influenced by CK Pool. So, but now we've got something that's a little bit more modern, more up to date, and it brings a lot of those features to the user's fingertips. So hopefully it inspires some neat innovations that we haven't even thought of.
And I'd really like to sort of foster, I mean, we already have a community surrounding it. We got all y'all here and watching and playing around with this stuff, but really foster the community around it. And I think that's one of the things that CK Pool lacks around that software. Dr. Konkolovas, who wrote that, it's fantastic software and it's well done, but he has a mentality of, here it is, that's what I've written, like, that's what you get. And so I think we can help move things forward by just fostering a community around it and getting people who are excited and want to contribute to do so, and like actually integrating that, bringing that back into the mainline distribution of it.
That's what makes all this spread like wildfire, is getting the community to adopt that open source standard, that platform. From
the community of users
Yeah.
and developers too,
Yes,
right?
100%.
Like that's really important. I think that's lacking in pool software right now.
So I missed the call with Jung Lee, and I was standing walking around, but was there any talk in his video about some new features or potential ideas that are in mind for HydroPool? Is it in a state where it's getting polished? I mean, I know it's live. We're running it. I am at my office, but for anyone who missed it like me,
Yeah, I mean,
give me a rundown.
one of the things on the roadmap is like, how do we integrate Stratum v2 support? And do we integrate Stratum v2 support? Or are there more clever ways for us to integrate the same features that Stratum v2 brings without necessarily integrating Stratum v2 itself into HydroPool? So what I mean by that is, like, one of the benefits of Stratum v2 is that it encrypts the communications between the client and the server. So there's ways that we can do that without using Stratum v2. And there's industry standards that have been around for years, that have been battle tested, that don't have a complex code base like Stratum v2 does. And so there's other ways that we can achieve the same thing. Another benefit is like data compression. So that goes in line with encrypting those communications. But the big one is like, how do we enable the clients to pick the transactions that are going into the templates? And that's the tricky problem. And one of the ideas is integrating. That's where like P to pool v2 comes in, and the share chain, and the clients themselves being able to decide what the template looks like. And so we'll see. Jung Lee's the lead maintainer on P to pool v2 as well. So he's been working on HydroPool and P to pool v2, and I think we're going to see a convergence there, but we're not exactly sure yet how we're going to tackle those things.
I think so many options.
There was a couple other things too that we mentioned and we've talked about in the past too, is important things for pools, I think, going forward, that I'm not sure any pool has this now, is proper share accounting, right? If you're really concerned about holding the pool that you're working with accountable for paying you out properly in a shared mining type situation, you want to make sure that you are properly credited for every share that you submitted. And, ideally all the shares that everyone else submitted, right? Because it's going to, like a PPLNS setup, it's going to take all the shares and then divide the payout amongst all those shares. So you want to, is anything being withheld? Is the pool, pulling something shady here and not paying everyone out appropriately? Currently, you don't have any sort of way to investigate that. And I know Jungly's added some things now where you can actually query and get all the shares from HydroPool. So it's a rad idea, and I think some additional development on that.
We've talked about how perhaps Mujina and HydroPool can cooperate on that.
Yeah, right. Your miner could be just auditing that for you as you're mining.
As it's mining, especially with a PPLNS scheme like P2Pool, where your address should be showing up in the Coinbase that you're mining. So depending on how we distributed that work, we could make it so that Mujina could confirm that, oh yeah, these jobs I'm getting from the pool I will indeed get paid out, and perhaps even check the accounting in the proportion I expect. Nobody's pulling a fast one on me. Imagine a little green dot next to your pool configuration.
Right.
That's like, yes, I'm handshaking with this pool. I'm confirming, not trusting. I'm confirming that everything is as I expect.
There's a lot of trust that goes into shared mining pools right now.
Well, because people say Bitcoin's auditable. It's an open blockchain. You can audit it every 10 minutes. It's audited. And people say mining, you get paid proportionally to the work you contribute. But there's no pool right now where you can verify that.
No,
Not a lot. Not
in
as
solo
you're
mining.
Maybe after the fact.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's a couple projects underway that are trying to solve this problem, which is verifying that your work was properly accounted for.
Yeah, right. You get your payout, and you're like, okay, cool. That wasn't what I was expecting, or why is it?
But imagine like that's
Are we right?
that scheme sort of falls apart on a very low volume pool. Like if I'm mining with 10 of my friends, and maybe we expect to hit one block a year, I can't really wait till after the fact to verify that my miners that I've been paying electricity for are actually working on the correct thing. It'll be too late in a year if we're rugged. We finally hit that block, and one of the members of our little club just laughs and runs away.
Right.
Like, you can't wait.
Yeah.
It's not the same as where there's your pool's paying you out every week. And
Right.
I know
you
that
have a week at risk.
when Brains was PPLNS, there was instructions on their website for how to validate the shares. And I think they provided a Python script and a way in detailed instructions. I never did it myself, but I do remember reading through those instructions and seeing that it was there. And then I thought Ocean had some methodology for validating shares too, but I don't know. Do you guys?
Tyler, we were looking into this. There's some
Dylan knows it better.
some stuff in their API, but I'm not sure that we've seen.
You can see your share count submitted.
With the Ocean API. Share count submitted, you can measure, but accepted. Okay.
Compare that against your miner's shares that it says it's there.
In the firmware.
Yeah, we're gonna get you a mic so you can be heard by the people watching. Short answer
It's
is
not trivial.
Yeah, it's not trivial. And, apparently Ocean is maintaining a database of every share ever submitted in their entire history. That's what I read in their documentation. Because of the way that share window adjusts, it's a multiple of the current difficulty. And so if that multiple becomes really large, they need to have more shares in their database because that window has increased.
Does HydroPool have to keep record of all shares ever submitted?
No, HydroPool only holds shares. I think the default setting in HydroPool is that it flushes the database after 7 days. But that's why we wanted to make that API endpoint available so that the end users could just like stream all the shares that the pool is validating, and they could build their own database, and they could retain that database for as long as they want and do whatever sort of auditing on that information that they wanted to. We didn't want to put those resources on the server end. We wanted to leave it to the clients to have the optionality if they want, but also the responsibility to figure it out for themselves, and how much they want to save and what kind of analysis they want to do on it.
But as we're saying, all this is sort of hard. The dream would be the miner that's already doing the work and talking to the pool. If the miner itself if we could simplify this to a green dot, you know, that would be ideal.
So, Eco, you gave the edge case earlier before we started talking about HydroPool and before the video, alluding to, we can't be reliant on these companies that are serving all of pool infrastructure if a state actor comes in. Who would you say, that scenario aside, if that doesn't happen, who's the target audience for HydroPool? Do you need to be of a certain size of a pool, or if you're just solo mining, like break it down for dumbos like me?
I think it can serve a range of anyone who's interested in Bitcoin mining. I think one of the motivating factors for me in dreaming up HydroPool was that I tried to install and run CK Pool, and I'm not a developer and I don't understand code. So I had an extremely difficult time and I failed running CK Pool. All right, so what's my next option? Well, Public Pool had Docker images, and it seemed like a pretty straightforward process. I tried that on a Raspberry Pi. In hindsight, I should have just used better hardware, but it took me a while, and my wife can attest to how much time I spent trying to get it to work on a Raspberry Pi. But I finally did get it working on a Raspberry Pi. It didn't last very long, but it did work. And I was frustrated at how difficult it was for me to spin up a mining pool. Like, in my mind, that should be no more difficult than creating a Bitcoin wallet or spinning up a Bitcoin node. And those two processes have become pretty simplified and streamlined. And so I wanted to have the Bitcoin mining pool piece of that to be as deployable as everything else is in Bitcoin. And so that was really kind of the motivating factor behind HydroPool. And go ahead.
As the target user, how close would you say HydroPool has gotten to that?
Well, a couple things. One, when I tried HydroPool, I did it on much better hardware. So I think that helped make the process less frustrating for me. So I did it on that Dell Optiplex instead of a Raspberry Pi. And number two, it's been close to a year since I've done that. And so I've learned a little bit more about command line and Linux and, making this stuff work. And I kind of conceptualize and understand Docker a little bit better than I did a year ago. So I think that's definitely helped, but I would certainly still consider myself a novice when it comes to development and coding and, even interfacing on command line. You guys have all seen me on command line. It's a total shit show. And all that is to say that I found the process with HydroPool, and maybe I'm a little biased, but I did find it very simple. There are a couple prerequisites. I had to have a Bitcoin node on there running. So I went with Ubuntu server, and I used the snap packages to install Bitcoin Core. And once that was all synchronized with the chain tip and good to go, I did the Docker prerequisite and put Docker on the system. And then after that, it was just 3 commands to pull in files from the HydroPool GitHub repository. And then I just had to open up those config files, and tell it what the address is, how I wanted the pool configured. So I set it up so 100% goes to the 256 Foundation. And yeah, it was super simple.
And you wrote a write-up on this. That's on hydropool.org, is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, so here, I'll go to that website.
I love the way Eco glances at his laptop every time a new block scrolls by. I see his head move.
Next snap.
So yeah, if you go to hydropool.org, we've got all sorts of information about Hydropool. I should update this test link now that we're doing the TeleHash, but I'll save that for another day. Our motivation behind the project, our features, where you can go for community support, and then I put the step-by-step guide. This is everything I did to set up the computer backstage there that was running Hydropool. And so like how to verify your downloads, all the commands to run, how to flash Ubuntu onto a desktop, and then, how to get everything all set up. So it's all there step by step. Anyone who's familiar with my content knows how obsessive compulsive I am about documenting every single step. So it's all in there.
I guess I could give a report from the other side of the spectrum as a developer. So I took, I test Mujina in many ways. And once Hydropool was ready, it was like, okay, that's natural that I would use Hydropool. So I took the Docker container that we publish for Hydropool. So I didn't even go through all your steps of building it. I threw together our the Hydropool Docker container in a Docker compose file together with a Bitcoin core on a Signet, mempool.space, the few dependencies that come along with them. And so all within Docker, all those Docker containers, basically into one file, because you can roll Hydro, if you're ambitious and you know how to do it, you could roll Hydropool's configuration file like into your Docker compose file.
So that way your like hosted instance of mempool.space was showing your Signet chain.
Yeah. So with one command, I can just turn my development environment on and I get a Signet Bitcoin network with a mempool.space with Hydropool running, logs showing, so I can point Mujina at it and watch Mujina scroll the blocks by on my mempool instance.
That's the other cool thing, is that when you are running your own pool, you get to see everything the pools get to see, which usually you don't have access to when you're the miner.
It's been very helpful as developing a client,
right?
Obviously, to see what the pool's side of the conversation is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, to answer your question, it's for anybody. It's for developers, tinkerers, adversarial thinkers, anyone who wants to run a Bitcoin mining pool.
Is it ready to start being packaged for some of the popular platforms out there that people use for quick deploys of?
Yeah, like Start9 and Umbrel. That's a great question. And there have been some discussions in the GitHub repo. So we encourage anybody who's interested in seeing this easily deployable from their Start9 or Umbrel system, go to github.com/256foundation/Hydropool, and you'll find the repo there. Get involved and help us make that happen.
Yeah, I'll shout out Start9 quick. They do packaging office hours every Monday and Thursday at 10 a.m. Mountain time, which has been super helpful. So if anyone wants to take on that job, they'll help you package and put it together, which is cool.
That'd be really cool. I think there's a lot of, BitX runners, small home miners that are, solo mining. Someone else is hosting that service. Like, get your own pool set up on your own node and mine to that. That's a great way to do it. Own the whole stack, be self-sovereign.
Yeah, I'll double down on your ask for contributors there, because Jungly and I have talked many times. Initially we talked about, we should package this for Debian, and like, how do we do this for Start9? Like, we should do that. And then we did, after fits and starts of that and getting distracted by other things, we settled back into the philosophy of like, wait a second, let's treat this like a real open source project. We're going to publish, a working version. We're going to focus on the code and let distributors take up our stuff and package it. So we don't have an intention as a project of being the ones that publish those packages for other projects. We need people who are experts in that, or just interested in becoming experts, to come along and take ownership of the packages for the various places they might want to run them. Start9, Umbrel, Debian, Red Hat packaging, whatever, Docker. And we have a minimal set of official packages. Here's the source code. At the moment, we do maintain a Docker container.
Yeah.
But we don't want to be in the business of maintaining all the packages, so we can use some help with that.
Yeah, and same thing with the setup guide I put together. Like, by no means is that meant to tell you how to run your HydroPool instance. There's tons of different ways and different hardware, and like you can do whatever you want. The guide is just the way I figured out how to do it and what was best for me at my technical level.
This brings up an interesting kind of debate, which is really the power is in the hands of the distributors and how they set the defaults in that one-click deployment, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's meant to be accessible to the end user.
Yeah.
I think we've done a pretty good job bringing that stuff into the configuration files. But yeah, I think
more knobs to turn.
There's definitely going to be stuff that's set by default. But I think having the good documentation that we do have, so long as people can, look at that and understand, what they should be looking for at a bare minimum, there shouldn't be too much up to the distributors.
So the default's not FPPS?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
Not yet.
All right. You got to be pretty big to make that work anyways.
It could be.
Have a fat bag. Run an insurance company. Can we get an update?
Sure, yeah. Right now we've got 330.7 petahash. Average on the 1 hour is 308.8 petahash.
Wow.
That's
gone up.
Yeah, that's from 50 active users and 1,058 workers. So yeah, it's creeping back up. It had dipped down to about 258, but the hash rate is working its way back up. And if you're interested in pointing hash rate to support the 256 Foundation, go to dash.256f.org, and we have the instructions there. We also have an on-chain address that you can use to send Bitcoin, or we have a Lightning address you can use to send Bitcoin. If you do send via Lightning, you'll have an option to put a comment in your memo field, and that should show up on the live stream. If you want to use your Nostr npub as your username when you're pointing your hash rate to us, you can do so, and then that'll show up in the dashboard here, which has just made this a little bit more fun and interactive. For example, we've got Exergy here at 1.7 petahash, and you can see their Nostr profile shows up in that tooltip, and then you can see all their workers there. So,
Exergy, bringing the heat.
Trying. I'll give you. Wait.
But right now,
it's
yeah,
77 degrees in my office.
Okay,
right
yeah,
now.
I was going to ask for a temperature update.
Yeah.
We've got Electron in first place, according to what I'm looking at, with 112.4 petahash.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go Electron. Nice.
That's from 223 workers, or 223 more workers, so maybe close to 230 workers. Brains hash power. Oh, if you don't have miners, you can also buy hash rate from Brains. What was that? Hashpower.brains.com?
Yes.
That's right.
Be aware, if you're paying for that hash rate with UTXOs that have a coin join history, you will get flagged and your Bitcoin will get sent back to you.
You'll be shot.
As we've found out the hard way. So that's something to be aware. Yeah, boo, thumbs down. We've got Megawatt, the guys who found us the block the first time around, with 63.6 petahash.
Yes, let's go.
And their infamous worker, Megawatt it do, baby. That's the one that found the block. Now they've got multiple miners with that name, so I don't know which is which. It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, this leaderboard. So Electron in first, Brains in second, Megawatt in third. This is a new player. In fourth, are you seeing OMNES, OMNES.io?
That's a website.
Omnis? Oh,
Heyo.
Yeah. All right.
let's
thank you.
go.
Should we look at the website? What is it?
NES.
OME.
Omnis. I'm king at butchering things, so. Blackwater Mining
Wait, I
Collective.
misspelled it. What was it? Oh, OMNES. Like that? There we go. Bitcoin structured products for institutions. At Omnis, we structure Bitcoin native yield products through tokenized financial instruments. View our offering.
There you go.
See, the TeleHash is a great way to advertise. So, 200 million. Let's go.
Then we've got Abundant Mines and SAS Mining. Man, this is
Yeah,
it's really
SAS
contentious. People are hopping around in place. Who's this? Satoki? It's a cute name.
So, yeah.
It's really cool to see 1,000 workers. Like after all the testing we did, where, for the last 2 weeks, our chats have been filled with, oh yeah, I'm gonna fire up 200 more, and can you give me 1,000? And they've all been fake for the last 3 weeks, but 1,000 real workers, that's pretty awesome. And to reflect on this is our third time doing this, right? So the first time is on that Apollo,
Right.
which we were holding together and with prayers and whatever. And then even at Thames,
Yeah, that was a fork of CK pool.
that was going up and down. The
Oh,
whole time.
right.
Yeah.
We're rock solid here this time. Like that,
And-
this is proof of work.
And this dashboard you're looking at is something that came about because D++ had an idea for what she wanted to see in the TeleHash that was lacking in those previous ones. And so she built this dashboard, which pulls all the info in from the server and populates it in this nice dashboard, which I think you're open sourcing this for anyone to use, right?
Yeah, if you're running HydroPool, you get one of these for free.
Yeah, so if you're running HydroPool, you get one of these dashboards for free now, which is an amazing contribution. Thank you.
It looks so good.
So this has come a long way in 1 year.
It has.
It has.
In 1 year.
Hey, wait a second, Tyler. You said it's 77 in your office. What happens when it hits 80?
I don't know, Dylan. What happens when it hits 80 degrees?
Meltdown.
I manually go reset it to 77.
But do we lose hash rate?
Our office is yeah, you will. Our office is 77 degrees. The conference room 76 degrees.
Tell them to open the windows.
The upstairs is 77 degrees.
Tyler, remind everyone that anyone can control our office temperature.
Oh yeah. In the spirit of gamification, as D++ is the queen of, Dylan built thermozaps.xyz, and if you send one sat to that QR, then it will increase the temperature in our office by 1 degree and turn the miner on to a higher heating power. Thermozaps, there you go.
Thermozaps.
It's heating. Oh yeah. We haven't had any texts about people taking their shirts off yet, so we're probably good.
Turn it up.
No one's working, I guess.
It only takes one sat.
Yeah,
Gotta bring those numbers up.
we do.
Rookie numbers.
So wait, the top QR code will increase the temperature by 1 degree, and
Yep.
the bottom QR code will decrease the temperature by
Correct.
1 degree.
Oh, that's fun.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 72 target, 0 hash rate.
The miner just shut off.
It's a good thing we're blocking the
Boo.
bottom QR code.
Boo. Who gets the sat? You? Dylan?
It will get donated to 256 Foundation.
Okay, right answer.
Okay, great. Good answer.
Yeah.
It should cost more to turn it down.
So
Something like that.
yeah, this is all the kind of stuff your hash rate goes to support when you point it at the 256 Foundation. If we're aiming to hit at least one block today,
Right.
and I think our chances are looking pretty good. You don't have to tell me the exact odds.
Okay.
Thank you.
They're good.
And that money will go to support developers like Jungly to continue developing on HydroPool. Scott, Ryan, myself, Tyler, you're cool.
I'm just a guy.
Schnitzel.
Yeah.
Schnitzel, where's he at? Is he still in here? He's getting the hot tub.
He's
set
on the
up.
tub.
Yeah. It's got a leak, but it's raining, so it's filling back up.
Oh, perfect.
Keeps it cool.
We do have a fun project here that we're going to showcase with the Ember One shortly, so stay tuned for that. We were talking about the Ember One in the last hour. This hour is all about Hydropool. And then next up, we're going to be talking about Mujina. So what else do we want to say about Hydropool? And then I think we should start talking about Mujina.
Well, I think it's worth reiterating, you guys touched on it, that there was a lot of testing going underway with CPU miners. And if we had historical logs back, you might have seen really high spikes in hash rate. What was going on there? Because it's not as simple as turning on 1 million miners with a trillion hash rate for free, right? I imagine.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's a proof of work system. So
There was some tricking, right? It's because you were trying to simulate the load on the pool for the connection to the worker, not the actual compute power. Is that correct?
yes. So we went through many iterations over the last several weeks of ways to test Hydropool. And the thing is, in order to really put the Hydropool server under a realistic load, you have to have as many connections as you want to be able to handle. So I think we ended up in the end testing up to 4,000 individual connections. But you also want those miners to be submitting shares with real proof of work calculations in them and have the pool server verify those calculations, because doing those double SHA-256s is the expensive part computationally relative to other things. That's one of the expensive things. And then a second expensive thing is the futzing around with the database to do the share accounting. So early ways we had of testing Hydropool weren't realistic enough. You know, we could put a lot of connections on it. We could send it a lot of fake work that it would immediately just reject. You know, at the front end, before doing all these expensive calculations or before hitting the database. Ultimately, what we did was add a virtual CPU mining hashboard to Mujina with different knobs we can turn, so that we could easily spin up 1,000 different Mujina instances on my development server at home. And then when we were interested in testing, okay, network-wise, because we were considering hosting it here at Bitcoin Park, what if we have 4,000 connections coming from all over the world? So Schnitzel is very good with AWS. So I added a container in GitHub for Mujina, a containerized version. And so he spun up 4,000 Mujina containers in all the different AWS regions around the world and pointed it at our Hydropool server.
That shows how lightweight Mujina is, which I'm sure we'll talk more about. But how would a different pool have done this if they didn't have their own firm?
That kind of testing.
Right? This shows, I think, the synergy between doing all of these core projects at once.
Yeah. It was so fun because, none of this was planned ahead of time. This wasn't in the grant proposal. We didn't have some project manager, laying out on a Gantt chart. Well, Mujina has to have a CPU miner. It has to be ready before this day so that Hydropool can be tested with that. This is just Jungly and I, we talk and we're like, oh, here's what I'm doing. Can you help me out? Or what if we added this feature? So this came, I think we talked about this a little bit in the video, but this kind of came about. We're like, man, how can we realistically put this under load? And then, we're like, dang, even, Stratum, the protocol, has the minimum difficulty you can specify is 1, the difficulty of the Genesis block. But even for a CPU miner, which a typical CPU miner all out on 1 core, you're talking between 0 and 10 mega hash per second, which that's going to take you let's say on the order of 10 minutes to find even a difficulty 1 share. So then we started talking about, well, maybe we could hack in there, a testing feature to work at fractional difficulties. And since we're on both, we can control both sides of this conversation. We can control testing. Ultimately, what we ended up doing was hacking some features into Mugina where the CPU miner will ignore the difficulty set by the pool and just send shares at a rate that you can configure. So you can configure Mugina to say, I want a CPU mine. Part of the reason you can do 1,000 miners on one machine is because I also added a knob to say, I just want to use a 1% duty cycle. I don't want to CPU bind a whole core to mine continuously. Actually, the reason I put that in at first was because if you do that in an AWS container, eventually they will not like that you're running a CPU bound process and kick you out. So we wanted to be able to dial that back so that you wouldn't get in trouble with AWS. But it also made it easy. I have a pretty beefy 32 core machine at home that I do development stuff on. But I easily spun up 1,000 different Muginas, all running at 1% CPU mining duty cycle, but sending shares every 3 seconds like a normal connection would. And I could have done that a couple times over. It only took 20% of my machine to do that. So, but all this was Jungly and I just riffing off each other, the same way that anybody could take these open source parts and just build the thing that you want.
That's so rad.
Yeah.
I was stoked to see that my Dell Optiplex could handle 2,500 workers before latency started getting introduced. Because it just goes to show that you don't need all this crazy, complicated infrastructure, which has been such a common narrative throughout the Bitcoin space. Like you don't want to be a pool operator. It's too complicated. Leave it to somebody else. Trust somebody else is going to do it. And those are the kinds of narratives that I was facing when I was interested in learning about mining in the first place. Oh, you're better off buying Bitcoin at an exchange. You can't compete with the big miners. Don't even try mining at home. And I was just discouraged from bringing a miner into my home for good reasons. We found out the hard way, but we did it and learned from it. And I really think it helped kickstart this like home mining revolution that has contributed to where we've gotten today. And I just think it's important for people not to get discouraged by these narratives like it's too complicated, it's too much. It's not. The tools are there, and we've built them with HydroPool for anybody to spin up and run. And we've got the tests now to prove that you can use a 12-year-old desktop PC flashed with Ubuntu and handle up to 2,500 workers, which is pretty impressive, I think.
Hear, hear.
Unanimous consensus. Everyone's impressed.
You blew my brain with that duty cycle comment on the load. Can you do that with an ASIC? Can you tell an ASIC to run at half power? No? It's not a programmable software
It's not as
thing?
easy.
Okay. Is
Yeah,
it more
I mean-
like voltage and frequency control?
Yeah, you don't necessarily have direct control over it. The way with the
Yeah.
CPU miner, it's very easy to say, work for 1 second, take 99 off.
Yeah.
With the ASIC, you have to get at it more indirectly if you can. So you have control over frequency. Voltage also can help you tune the power a little bit, but frequency is the primary knob for how fast how much current it's gonna draw and how fast it's gonna hash. It's conceivable that as we get more control over chips like the Intel chips, or understand the Bitmain chips better, or whatever, that we can, these ASIC chips have thousands of little workers within them. So we may be able to do things like only turn on half of them. But it's complicated because of the way this hardware is arranged. The ASIC chips, if you have 128 of them on a hash board, you have to keep them in balance.
Yeah.
So it's not trivial. to say I want 1%.
And you kind of, there's what the ASICs, the chips themselves can do, but as far as the miner goes, you sort of get what the firmware gives you.
Yeah.
And we're kind of hoping to change that. I think in a normal use case of a stock miner with a stock firmware, like no one would really want to do that. But as we're seeing, there's all sorts of new use cases, and having the ability to get into your firmware and change it and provide, additional features in there, whether you just use them yourself or publish them for other people to use. Like this is what we're unlocking with open source firmware.
Yeah, the main feature of all of our stuff is to be an unlock so that people can build all these other features, like.
How many blocks do we have to hit to make our own open source ASIC chip?
All of them.
6? You think only 6?
I need more than that.
No, we need what, like $10 million to get foundry space
To
minimum?
get started.
Add another 0.
Wow, 100 million.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive. I mean, you can make, that's for like the latest and greatest efficiency ASICs, like 3 nanometer at TSMC. Obviously, you want to make less performant chips. You can do that for probably thousands of dollars if you want. But it's a fun exercise.
Wasn't there a website that you could go to that was floating around recently where you could? I think I saw a K1 post it. Like you could order an ASIC.
Yeah, there's several sort of group fab projects. I think Google was running one for a while where you can submit a design and for a relatively low cost, get it actually manufactured in silicon. But those are going to be 100, 200 nanometers chips.
Oh, wow.
Right? Whereas the latest and greatest mining ASICs are 3 nanometers. So this is going to be like the original Avalon chip was probably 100 nanometers, right? This is going to be, you're going to make an ASIC that can do gigahashes.
But there was somebody saying, screw it, I don't care about the efficiency in the nanometer process. I think they were doing an open source GPU.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I mean, the other problem with these sort of these group designs is you're kind of limited by the area. That's what you pay for, is the area, the size that your actual chip is going to take up on the wafer. And so you're really limited in what you can do with those, both performance-wise and just like overall capability of the chip by the area on the wafer. Still, it'd be awesome to do. If someone wanted to do that and publish it all open source, I mean, that'd be really neat. But it's not going to make a very spectacular miner. Still cool.
Get start somewhere.
Yeah.
Indeed. What else on HydraPool? Because there's a lot to talk about with Mugina as well.
Yeah, let's talk about Mugina. Ryan, what is Mugina?
How about we do a set change?
Oh,
Can you
are we
run
gonna
for a minute
do
while
the demo?
Yeah,
while we do a set change here?
Tyler and I will
we can riff
improv
for a minute.
talk about. What do you want to talk about, Tyler?
You didn't blow up any transformers lately?
No, not lately. My mining privileges have been reduced down to a couple bit axes.
Dang. The that nerd axe is quite cool though.
Yeah. The guys at Parasite Pool gave me Nerd Q-Axe ++,
Right.
which I was thrilled to receive. So shout out to the Parasite Pool guys for that. Their project is neat because the winning miner gets a disproportionate amount of Bitcoin in the Coinbase. I think they get 1 Bitcoin to the miner who actually solves the block. And then the remaining participants in the pool get a proportional distribution of the remaining rewards.
Are those kind of configurations going to be possible in HydraPool?
Yeah.
Yes.
100%. Yep.
So you could also do crazy things with fees and split it out to multiple. You could have a pool that's fees just continuously support the 256 Foundation.
Right. Yeah. And one of the things we built in HydraPool was a donation option. So like,
directly integrated. Nice.
yeah. So like with CK Pool, for example, if you're mining with solo CK Pool and you find a block, you'll get 98% of the block reward, and the other 2% goes to support CK Pool. So we thought it would be neat to add a donation feature in HydroPool, so that if you wanted to kick back some of your mining rewards that you get from running HydroPool, there's an option for you to do that, and you can decide what that percentage is, or you can set it as 0%. By default, it ships at 0%.
Right.
But the option is there if any users want to kick it back to us. So,
well, the guys are setting up a table in front of us that will be on screen soon, and it's the craziest miner I've ever seen. Woo! It has to be, right? The craziest miner of all time.
Where's the?
this is what open source will do for you.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
There's, you guys will see shortly, but there's a pump, some tubes, a tub of water, what looks like a Raspberry Pi board, some hash boards, some water blocks.
We should let Ryan describe this. This is the mastermind.
This is
epic setup here.
Oh man.
Like, this is an epic setup, and then it's like, okay, cool, let's do it on like hardware that we just got working.
Yeah, how late were you guys up last night hacking around?
I went to bed at 1.
There you go.
I'm a little tired. Okay, so I do. How should we do this?
I think you should just point and talk, and I'll get it on the screen.
Okay.
Or do we have a volunteer who can run Ryan's phone as a camera?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We some mad cameraman.
Let's go, Mike.
Mike Renaway with Unchained Capital. Yep.
Mike Renaway with Unchained Capital, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to Unchained. How much hash rate is Unchained pointing?
Oh, I can't confirm.
So you want to favor things you want to be shown, like toward the top of the screen, so it's above our heads.
Okay, I'll just let you know what the...
Okay, so this is the 256 Foundation showcase demo. This is a Bitcoin. I should have practiced this. I was busy trying to make it work. This is a mining device specifically built to co-produce Bitcoin and heat. So we're getting a clap from the Exergy guys. So this is a Bitcoin mining sous vide cooker. Does anyone know what sous vide is?
Sous vide.
This is where, or as Eco calls it, sous vide.
Sous vide.
I believe it's
French.
pronounced sous vide.
Sous vide, a French word. So this is where you cook food in a water bath at, say you want a medium rare steak. So you take the water to 125 degrees and you put it in the water in like a vacuum sealed bag and you leave it in there for a long time because there's very low risk of overcooking. There's no risk of overcooking. You leave it in there, it eventually gets to the temperature you want it to be at. So people cook steak this way, all sorts of things. Those little egg bites you get at Starbucks are supposedly made in a way similar to this, but in a water bath. So it's a method of cooking.
So we're selling this to Starbucks.
So when we were, early on, we're like, yeah, we're gonna demo our hash boards and our control board, mining to the pool. But like, we need to build something that's like a realistic product. Like if you were gonna build, because Ember 1s, each Ember 1 is about 100 watts. So, we were kicking around with the Exergy guys, like Tyler, like, well, what can we do if we put even 3 Ember 1s together? What can we do with heat at 300 watts that's like sort of a real thing? And eventually we landed the idea of, well, we should be able to heat a water bath to a reasonable temperature like that, to be able to do steak at 125 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's what you're looking at here. This is not the packaged version you're going to find in Bed Bath & Beyond tomorrow. But this is the prototype. If you want to see all the parts, you want to understand how it works, But the idea is we wanted to show our we built this hardware to be reference designs so that someone could go off and build a real product, kind of based on the ideas, based on the circuits, and powered by firmware. Yeah.
I saw Eco building this in the lab over the past, month or so. Could you explain what this is?
Sure. So on camera, that's an Ember 1 hash board right there.
Produced by yours truly.
Produced by yours truly, Eco.
Scott made the design, and I took that design and produced that board with a pick and place machine that's backstage.
So this has 12 ASIC chips on it, and at full power, this board consumes about 100 watts. So as with any electronic device like this, every bit of energy it takes to run and make the computations is turns into heat. So all of those 100 watts get turned into heat, and the whole idea of Tyler's heat punk movement is we shouldn't just throw that heat away into the air, we should do something with it. So what this device does is take that heat and heat water with it so that you can cook food in the water bath.
So following here, I think Scott, you were alluding to it.
Yeah.
What's next to it there?
Okay, this is you call it a water block, but this is a heat sink. So normally a heat sink, you might have, those ASIC chips are very small. They produce a lot of heat. You want to conduct that heat into a larger surface area, something with more thermal mass, so that you can, normally this is so that you can get rid of the heat. Otherwise the chips will overheat, stop working, and potentially melt. So normally you would have a hunk of metal with some fins on it with a fan that blows some air across it. That's how you cool it off. What a water block is instead is a heat sink that's designed for water to flow through it. So instead of heating air, you're heating the water. And the fun thing about water is it's a lot easier to do something with it. Like in this case, we have plumbing into the water bath and out of the water bath. So that's how we take the heat from the ASIC chips and use it to get it to heat the water. Again, another shout out to the epic Ryan Raminger of Cryobyte, who on short notice and with a lot of enthusiasm and skill built these water blocks for us with this is his own design. This is his, we were gonna get these made, from a service like Send Cut Send or something, but it turned out Ryan milled these himself with his own CNC machine. Put these things together. He came up with the design, built them, tested it, sent us videos, iterated with me on like what I thought was a good idea, and he came up with this. Show this one more time. He came up with this really cool idea of putting ports on the front and back side of the water block. So you can see it shoots all the way through. And it's like, my first thought was, why would you want to do that? We just need the water to go in and go out. But he had this awesome idea that we could gang them together in an interesting way if we had ports on both sides. So if you want to show now over in the bottom of our sous vide machine, kind of take a shot from the side of the boards with the heat blocks on them. So we've got 3 Ember ones that each have a water block, and actually try to get it from the other side because I think then you can see the plumbing better. Yeah, so you can see the way cold water enters this side, and then it flows through in series through each of the water blocks.
Whoa.
Infinite regress. So water enters one side, flows all the way to the end and back to pick up as much heat as possible on that board, and then goes through the port on the other side over to the next water block. So these are all kind of ganged together, and this is how we've got 3 Ember 1 boards for a total of 300 watts in this device. One of the reasons we ended up at 3 is because we designed LibreBoard with a requirement of, okay, we want this to drive at least 3 hash boards. Turns out it can drive more, but we built it to drive at least 3, so that's why we targeted 3 Ember 1s for this demo. Okay, can we get a side shot from over here? And I'll walk you through some more components. So the hash boards are in the bottom. Above that, the next layer up, we've got a power supply. So every Bitcoin miner needs a power supply, which takes the line voltage. In this case, this plugs into just a regular 120 volt circuit. And this is a 12 volt power supply, so it converts that to 12 volts DC, which is what the Ember 1 boards need and what the LibreBoard needs. How we can run the system, what's the range of what we can run our hardware at today?
The Ember 1 supports 12 to 17 now. I believe LibreBoard actually still supports 12 to 24 volts, so there's a pretty wide range there.
Okay. So 12 is just sort of an arbitrary.
It's a pretty common power supply.
Choice.
Yeah.
And then on top, you could get a shot from the top. This is basically a prototype of LibreBoard. So LibreBoard started life as a breakout board for a Raspberry Pi compute module. So you can see on the right side of the picture, there's a daughter card. That's a Raspberry Pi compute module. This is a compute module 5, but it plugs into a motherboard that breaks out all the connectors, all the circuits that you want to be able to talk to. So on this LibreBoard, we've got USB, HDMI circuits, some I2C stuff, a storage device, Ethernet if you wanted it, all sorts of things. So because a LibreBoard, the very first LibreBoard became operational last night at about 11 p.m., I built this with LibreBoard's predecessor to start with, and we decided to stick with that for the demo just because we didn't want to change it at the last minute.
I put a finished LibreBoard next to the tank here if you want to get a shot of
I didn't see that over there. Perfect.
Yep. That's what LibreBoard will look like when it's done.
This is LibreBoard.
This is one of them. The other one is that still upstairs? The one you guys were hacking on last night? Do we want to touch on what happened there or save that for our LibreBoard hour?
Okay. Let's save that.
Gotcha.
We'll touch on it, but we'll save that. So this is a whole system. All of a sudden I realized it's funny, I'm the software guy. Why am I talking about the whole system? Probably because that always happens to embedded software people. They end up being like the first consumers of the hardware, basically. I can test things in isolation, but ultimately I want to test I need to be able to test them as a whole system. So I kind of become the first user. And I was just really stoked to build a demo that, obviously you don't want this in your kitchen, but, we talk about heat reuse. Some people are going to want one in their kitchen, but we're weird. The average housewife isn't going to want one of these in their kitchen. But we wanted to get closer to illustrating what heat reuse really looks like. Or I don't know what they don't like when we call this heat reuse even, because this is designed first and foremost for the heat. So I don't know what words have we invited for this? What are we calling it now?
We're heating and capturing waste Bitcoin.
Yeah, right. I like to call it co-producing.
There you go.
I'm,
Double spend.
I'm stealing this term from Doomberg. He talks about co-production of like natural gas and oil. We are co-producing Bitcoin and heat, or whatever you're doing with the heat. Anyhow, this is the entire system. This demonstrates the entire system. The control board, hash boards. This is mining to the pool, and it's running our software. So this is the whole thing. This is the whole stack, man.
Do we know what the temperature of the water is?
Well, you can. Why don't you take a measurement? This started out a little while ago at 57 degrees Fahrenheit. What do we have now?
Now it's at 91.
91.
Okay. All right. We're heating water. Can it heat the hot tub? No, not
One day.
300 watts.
A
But
very small hot tub.
So how long has this been running for? Maybe like
since we start about
since
an
around
hour
1?
into the live stream.
Okay.
So coming up on 2 hours.
That's pretty good for 2 hours with those little Ember
Yeah.
ones that I
We're
made
coming up on 3.
backstage like a week ago.
So this is a work in progress. Frankly, my goal was to cook steaks during the TeleHash and eat them before it was over. But I think it became pretty clear about midnight last night when we were getting the hardware up for the first time that was not a realistic goal for today.
Are those steaks in a safe place?
They're ready.
Okay.
Yes. They're just down the street.
We could eat raw steaks. No.
Not 90. We need to get a little hotter than 90 degrees.
Dunk them in the
But
hot tub.
we're getting there. It's not. So this is really working. This is really hashing to our pool. This is running Regina. This is all of our own hardware. Because it's the first time we lit this up, we are very happy that it didn't smoke. It didn't catch on fire. And it's actually sort of basically functional. However, we have run into some issues, and so it's not fully working yet. For example, only 2 of those Ember ones are actually working at the moment because we discovered we probably have what we think is a USB communication issue. And it kind of manifests if we put a USB hub in the way. So I only have 2 ports on this control board, so I can only plug in 2 Ember 1s without using a hub. So that's kind of a limitation of the demo at the moment. Also, the hash rate is not fully what we expect from an Ember 1. Also, due to these communication issues, we're not convinced we're fully setting up the chips correctly, and there might be some other things going on that we don't have the full expected hash rate of the Ember 1 yet. So this is actually about half power into the water that we'll eventually get. So we're going to keep working on this.
What Ryan's trying to say is we need some more funding. So keep pointing that hash rate.
We need
Send
more
your hash rate over. We'll fix this.
need
Yeah,
some
we
more
got some
time.
problems to figure out.
Look what came out of 1 year and 1 block, though.
Thanks.
This
Yeah.
time last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah. This is sweet. And this, we just, Eco just built these boards. We just corrected them. We just got them powered up last night. It's totally expected that we're going to discover some of the first issues and have to work through them for a couple weeks until everything's working now.
Don't worry, Rod.
Yeah. This is great.
Everything's going according
for
to plan.
12 hours in. This is perfect. So that's what you're looking at. And again, the idea was to, not just talk in the abstract about how to use Bitcoin mining to make products. We wanted to make something tangible, a tangible example out of that. I mean, I think the Bitcoin 3D printing tray, that's I love that example.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the stuff that Piz Andy's working on?
Yep.
Yeah. The Bitcoin heated 3D printer.
Obviously, I think people can picture the idea of using it to heat, for like home heating. Some of the stuff you're doing with Exergy, or heating a pool or whatever. But I mean, ultimately, the vision is that anything that produces heat should be doing so while mining Bitcoin at the same time, right? So this is our little demo to do something with 300 watts.
2.2 terahash on Hydropool from this guy right here.
It's working.
Real
Yeah.
shares.
So real shares verified by the pool. It could hit the block. If we stare at it, it's going to hit the block, right?
They could hit a block. Let me do the odds.
I think
So what's our nominal hash rate for one number one board?
3.6 terahash for one.
3.6 for one. So that's what I mean by it's not fully running at its best yet.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But we'll get there.
It takes some tuning. Like I said, these chips aren't documented, so we're figuring it out as we go.
It is all reverse engineered from the chips.
It really is. And like I was saying earlier, having this setup and having Mujina is going to allow us to, figure that stuff out faster and iterate faster on that. So,
yeah. So we'll leave this demo sitting up here. People can take a look at it. I think it'll even be relevant when we talk about LibreBoard, because one of the things I didn't point out was the temperature sensors that are going to the different parts of the system. Those are connected up to the control board with some prototype circuitry. We'll bring the camera back out. But that sort of illustrates why we built a control board. Because when you integrate this into a system, you're going to have, in addition to the hash boards, you're going to have the hardware that does the custom thing, the custom thing for your application. Like in this case, we've got a pump, we've got temperature sensors. So
There is
there
a
you go.
temp
I guess
sensor.
I haven't talked much about Mujina, but I've talked about the demo.
What is the temperature sensor doing?
So there's a temperature sensor in the water bath, and then there's a temperature sensor at the inlet and outlet of the 3 ganged Ember 1s. Really, what we want the only for the application, you really want to know the temperature of the water so that we can modulate the power of the hash boards to maintain a target temperature. So we don't want to overcook our steaks, right? So that's what the temperature sensor is for. Because we spent all our time getting the hash boards to work, like that whole closed loop control is not on display at the moment. But
that shows what's possible
coming,
with LibreBoard and Mujina is an external sensor like this for
Yes.
a sous vide talking directly to your control loops of a Bitcoin mining system.
Exactly.
And like, don't get us wrong. Like, people have done setups like this with like amp miners,
Right.
but this just brings the optionality to a whole new level, and the configurability that's at a user's fingertips.
and I think that's an important point, though. Like, you can hack an amp miner to do this, but it's a hack, right? And especially if you want to make a product, like, you can't. I think people are trying, but you can't realistically go to market with a consumer product that use scavenged Antminer hash boards.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like, you just can't do that. Like, you're not going to be able to scale. You don't have a complete enough understanding of how that board works, the design of it, the form factor. And so what you need to do, if you're going to do that, and I hope that people are going to do this, is you need to make your own hash boards, and it needs to be running your own firmware. That firmware is purpose-built to make a sous vide or to make a hot tub heater. That's the way you make a product and go to market and scale it and make shit tons of money. And so, this is obviously a prototype. It's very hacky. It wasn't, none of these parts were purpose-built to make a sous vide machine. So we can demonstrate it. Oh, dang.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, I hope that that's what this kind of setup inspires, is people who are like, all right, I'm going to make a real product. Like, we're going to make this happen.
Dude, there's probably a Zeta hash where there's sous vides out there waiting to be turned online.
At least.
Okay.
That'll be in your next book, right?
Thank you. Hey,
Yeah.
everybody, sliders are ready out front. If you all are hungry, People are standing in here shoulder to shoulder. It's standing room only for all those watching on the live stream. So we've got a lot of hungry people out there. Lunch is being provided.
And they accept Bitcoin.
And they accept Bitcoin
Square terminals now.
at the Square terminals. So the sliders are not free.
No.
Okay. Sliders are not free, but they take Bitcoin.
But if you donate 1 petahash, I will buy you right now.
Anyone who donates 1 petahash or more, Rod will buy you a slider.
That's a good deal.
Yeah.
2 petahash for $3.
Which is a good deal because
You don't know what you just
2
signed up
petahash
for.
is only $3 at hashingpower.brains.
We beat them out with Wrigley.io, right?
Yeah.
But
But
Brains,
Brains does.
still has some.
That 2.3 at $10, right?
Okay.
Yeah, do it.
Do it.
$10.
Rod says do it.
Let's do the math on this. How long does Brains give you the hash rate?
2 hours.
Okay. I give
Don't
up.
worry about the math. Just do it.
Buy both. Buy the burger and the hash rate.
So and to all the people in the room here, feel free, grab some food. We're just going to keep jamming. Live stream will keep on going. So have at it.
For NEM starting at 5:30 in the other room too.
If you're here for NEMS, which I'm assuming everyone is, early registration is starting at 5:30 in the building next door.
Correct. 5:30 to 7.
5:30 to 7. You can register early. Beat the lines.
I think we should get into Mujina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we should probably talk about Mujina.
Yeah.
So Mujina, open source firmware, currently running right here. What is it?
Display. Well, you built a great hash board.
Approaching greatness.
Every great piece of hardware needs a piece of software to tell it what to do. And so that's Mujina's role. That's the role of what we call a firmware or software. It's all kind of the same thing these days. The Mujina software runs on a control board. So Libra board, this other one I have here, other designs that people might make. You can actually run it on a laptop, whatever. Mujina runs somewhere. It's designed to be run on Linux, but you could probably run it on other platforms if you get in there and make a few adjustments. And it talks to the hash boards, in this case over USB. Conceivably, it could talk to the hash boards with other types of connections. But Mujina basically sits in the middle of, so on one end you've got the job you need to mine and the Bitcoin network, right? It doesn't have to be, but normally a miner is talking to a pool. So it's talking to the pool to get block templates to hash in order to try and find the next Bitcoin block. So on one end, you're talking to the pool. On the other hand, you have these chips that know how to do double SHA-256 very fast. So Mujina sits in the middle and orchestrates that whole process. So makes network connections to pools, takes the work from the pool and converts that to something it can delegate out to perhaps hundreds and hundreds of chips on multiple hash boards in order to get work to send back to the pool. That's its basic role. But there really wasn't an open source project anymore that served that function. When you buy a miner from Bitmain or MicroBT or whatnot, it comes with firmware on it, but it's proprietary closed source firmware you don't have the source for. And there are a few aftermarket firmwares, but to my knowledge, none of them are open source, so you can't tweak them yourself or get them to run on your own hardware. In this case, there is nothing in the world except some test scripts and Mugina that know how to drive a number one to hash, or conceivably anything else you can build, we build, or people build. So Mugina, that is what Mugina the software does, but importantly, Mugina is a project. Mugina is a project where we would like to build in support for any type of hardware that comes around. So we want to be able to drive all sorts of hash boards and run on all sorts of control boards and talk to all kinds of pools through all kinds of protocols, and to expose APIs that Dylan can use to integrate all of his miners into any system, any larger system, any fleet management system, monitoring systems. In this case, we've built a control system. So Mugina is not a sous vide software, but it's something that runs as part of that stack. So you've got, on this system here, you've got Mugina running, doing the mining, and then you have another program running on the same control board that's running the sous vide system and talking to Mugina. So Mugina becomes a piece of a larger system. That higher level program is the thing that's reading the temperature sensors, and it's knowing, oh, I don't want to overcook the steak, I need to turn the miners down. So it tells Mugina, hey, back off a little bit, and Mugina knows what that means in terms of Bitcoin mining. So that's the basics of what Mugina does, and then below that there are just tens and hundreds of little details we could get into about what makes it special.
Well, just that example showcases all of the waste that you're abstracting out the way it's currently done in the hacker method. So I'll just give you an example. Like if I wanted to heat a hot tub with an immersion tank, the control is crazy. You give a wattage to the miner then outputs that as heat. That heat goes to an immersion tank of oil. You have a limit on how hot the oil can be, because you might not want to melt the hot tub or something. So then the oil might have a dry cooler that's bleeding heat with that control loop saying don't let the oil get over 60 degrees Celsius, right? And then there's another heat exchanger, and then that's abstracted to the temperature of the hot tub and the water. And so imagine trying to herd these cats where it's like I got a pool, I got a hot tub, I got a tank of oil, I got a miner that I'm not trying to fry. I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. And so this lets you really custom integrate and build whatever you want from the start, which is so cool.
Yeah. And it's an open source project. So if the application you're trying to fit it into needs something that it doesn't already have, that's the whole point, is that you can modify the source and add that API call that you need, because you want to be able to control the frequency of something, or you want a measurement of voltage in some weird way, like just something that Mugina isn't already exposing. With the firmware and the way people are building things today, you're sort of limited to what they, we're repurposing these industrial things and hoping they have the features that can be turned into an application like you're talking about. Whereas we're trying to create software where it is as flexible as it can be out of the box, and it's also infinitely flexible in the fact that you can take this and add anything you want to.
And you're hoping that the manufacturer's firmware doesn't have some back door in it that's going to give them remote control over your miner. You're hoping that if they make an upgrade, you're still going to be able to connect with your mining pool. I mean, we've seen so many issues with Bitmain and their closed source firmware, and it just seems impossible to trust that you're going to be able to build a business on that sort of foundation. You don't have any insight and control, and this gives you all of that insight and control and customization.
If you are running Bitcoin miners with closed source firmware, I'm sorry to say you're not going to make it. This is absolutely insane to leave the software that controls your miner, that controls your sole source of revenue, that controls your hash rate, up to sketchy foreign companies that do not have your best interests in mind.
you're not going to make it. This is absolutely essential that we have open source firmware that we can control, we can audit, we can inspect, we can modify. That is how Bitcoin mining needs to work. There's like absolutely no substitute. The way that it works now is insane.
Yeah, and they've been antagonistic in their developments. Like once they realized that people were just using the SD card slot to flash new aftermarket firmware onto the Antminers, they removed the SD card slot from the Antminers. And so it's this continuous cat and mouse game between the consumers and the manufacturer, which is it's unlike any other industry I've ever seen, where the manufacturer is actually antagonistic against the consumer.
Bitmain, which controls somewhere in the neighborhood of 80% of the network hash rate, their machines, has a track record of sketchy activities. In 2017, we had Antbleed. That was back when they only had 50% of the market, but that was an actual backdoor that would allow Bitmain to turn off your miner. They sort of passed it off as like, oh, it was so we can track stolen miners, and then walked it back when it was discovered. But this, this is proven stuff that was sketchy. Another thing that happened after that was ASIC boost. They had undocumented features in their chips that they did not reveal to the customers. They were just using it for themselves, and it was because the firmware was closed source that customers couldn't enable it. You're leaving hash rate on the table. And then what you're alluding to with the SD card, that's sort of the newest attack. It's called Secure Boot, and it's on the control boards, and it makes sure that the control board will only run firmware that is cryptographically signed by Bitmain. And that is just an attempt to exert control over miners who are running their hardware and disallowing them to run their own firmware on it.
Yeah, if you don't know a lot of this backstory, friend of the show, Isabel Santos, put together an awesome mini doc, 15 minutes or so, kind of walking through all the history there. But one thing I want to say too is it's not just us hackers and heat punks and tinkerers that need this as a development platform. This is also in the best interest of the large players as well. I mean, all these large companies have spent X of millions probably on salaries and R&D to try to do it themselves anyways. Do you want to talk on that, Scott?
Yeah, I think that the closed source firmware, like you said, is hampering efforts to build things like this, but it's also hampering large miners. I don't think anyone is happy with this situation because large miners, they're running more machines than anyone. They're seeing the problems that are coming up. They're seeing the additional levels of control that they need. They're seeing, the repairability, the ability to modify this. And so, talking with large miners, several of them have initiatives in-house to create their own firmware. It's a tough job because you first have to hack Secure Boot on the control board to actually load the firmware on there. Then you have to reverse engineer the ASICs to figure out how to communicate with them. But I think there's desire across the board on all sizes of miners to have more control over their machines, to have their own firmware. And so I think, Mujina, it has enormous benefits to hackers who are working on things like this, to people who want to make products, all the way up to the largest miners who are doing on-grid mining, to get additional control out of their machines, to get additional efficiencies, to get better diagnostics for when they fail, and then just to maintain that control. Like, do not cede that control to another company, to someone else who does not have your best interest in mind.
Yeah, this is the core part of your business.
Yeah, imagine like Twitter or Amazon hosting all their servers on hardware that they can't load their own software on and control the way they need to control it.
It's just a sign of how immature and new the industry is. Like, even all these various car manufacturers, every car has a standard OBD2 port so that the mechanic can scan it with a scan tool when you go to take it in for repair. I mean, that's a good analogy. Like, if this is going to become an industry where you've got hash rate from water heaters to Nairobi, Kenya, to some beautiful data center that's co-located with AI HPC, why would there not be an open source, standard, well-known, documented protocol and platform to repair these things, access, learn, tinker?
I think once this stuff comes out and people grasp it, that all miners will absolutely demand that level of control. And actually, My long-term view is that Bitmain will come around. They will see that their customers are demanding it, and they will come around, or just go out of business.
And then the other 20% of market share will just copy what Bitmain does.
Yeah, that's what they all do now.
Yeah.
My favorite analog comparison, which is admittedly a little techie, but is to the Linux kernel.
Yeah.
There are not that many operating systems in the world. You've got Windows, Linux, and some runners up. But
what happened to Mac OS?
oh, I'm a Mac person. Don't worry. Sorry. Well, even that's, yeah. I just didn't want to list them all. But, lots of people run Windows on their laptops or desktop machines or whatever. But the entire world of servers and everything on the internet, everything you access, it's all running the Linux kernel, which is an open source operating system project, open source kernel project on top of which many open source operating system projects are built. No one would dream of running if someone showed up with some closed source operating system and said, here, you should run your Facebook load balancer server on this, like, you get laughed out of the room, right? Like, there's a standard here. Everybody runs this. Everybody understands how it works.
It's even funnier.
Everybody can hire engineers that can tweak it for their environment or customize it to their custom hardware.
It's even funnier to say run your money printer on this closed source firmware. Like,
yeah. I mean, think of how capital intensive mining is. And, do you really want to sit there and trust that some company that won't even answer the phone, you don't really have a super direct relationship with them? Like, imagine that, you could hire a guy that come in and understand, your setup and your software and tweak your stuff to give you a 5% efficiency boost. Wouldn't that be worth it to you? Like, don't you want to have that level of control over the core part of your business? Like,
How about the dev fee?
Yeah, explain how that works.
There's no dev fee with Mujina. Like, if you have Mujina running on your miners, you don't have to pay a dev fee to the person who made you your firmware.
Right. So the background here is some of these aftermarket firmwares, they squeeze out some more juice. They're a little bit more efficient. They've optimized a little bit better than the OEM. You put that on, maybe they boost you 5% in hash rate, but it's really 3% because they're taking a 2% cut.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all the aftermarket solutions are closed source. So, like, there's no further optimizations that you as the end user who has the in-depth understanding of your unique operations and exactly what tweaks you want to see implemented, or at least try, you don't have any control. So you're just relying on whatever optimizations they've done before they sold you your hardware, and then you're just paying for it in perpetuity.
So even if you simply used Mujina on your hardware, assuming it operated at your hardware at the same efficiency, it wouldn't even have to improve the efficiency. You could just run Mujina and instant 2% boost because you're not paying that fee.
Yeah, and it's not to say they can't have that business model, right? If they really are the best engineers on earth and they can squeeze more efficiency out of it and it's still worth it with the dev fee, then the market will decide to do that. But right now, that's your only option. And the people can't even get under the hood to try and optimize it further.
Yeah. I mean, this is just silly. Imagine Bitcoin Core was proprietary closed source software. Like, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't trust it. We wouldn't use it. I mean, it blew my mind whenever I got into this space 4 years ago. I remember walking around one of the Bitcoin conferences in Miami. I was like, I'm a hardware person. Like, mining, yeah, that's my jam, right? I remember I didn't even know who I was talking to at the time, but I remember walking up to a Bitmain booth and asking about firmware and stuff. Like, I had no idea it was all closed source or anything. And so I was asking about, do people tweak, it's some sales guy, do you tweak your firmware or whatever? He's like, oh no, we don't recommend you do any of that. You run our firmware. Like, that was my very first introduction to like mining, anything mining. But yeah, I mean, we live and breathe this and take it for granted now, but like, it's just absolutely insane to anyone from the outside world that walks in. It's like, wait, Bitcoin mining is closed source and centralized and all the other things. Like, that's not what I knew. That's not what I heard about Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin has open source roots. Like, this stuff should have been open forever. So now we're just getting around to making that happen.
I feel like
returning to our roots.
The sort of server industry, networking, the web, especially when the web, first started taking off, right? There was proprietary solutions up and down, right? Microsoft made a web server, database software. They made, programming languages, like the whole stack for, making web apps and web services and things like that. People dropped that so quick when open source tools came around because it just, it's free. But then more importantly is it's open so you can build on it and you don't have to ask permission for anyone. You can just start like Facebook in your garage and just roll with it and make it. It is a catalyst for this exponential development, and it's going to happen in Bitcoin mining. We're just early.
Yeah. And like I said before, that's really the unlock here. Is yes, Mujina is a piece of software that has some features and does some cool stuff we could talk about. But the most important thing is that Mujina is open, and Mujina is the idea is to be a community developed project. So
when we hit this block today, what's on the Mujina roadmap? What is that block going toward?
Oh man. Well, there's a lot of hardware to run on in the world. There's a lot more hash boards to support. Obviously any hash board that we make in 256, we have lots of interest from possible leads on doing things with all sorts of different chips. This is the ideal platform to develop that stuff with. I personally, now that we're through some of this initial stuff and some of these deadlines, I need to spend some more time encouraging contributions from people in the community. There's already some great interest from people from like Jeff at the Space, several other people. I gave a little talk the other day to a group of developers in where's Lucas's group? Brazil. I've already got people asking me about how they can contribute.
How did that talk in Brazil go?
I thought it went well. I just basically introduced the project and told them, if they wanted to contribute, here's how. That was fascinating because, there were a lot of projects pitching to his group of students that he was training to be. I don't know the whole backstory of this group, but basically it was a program where they learn about Bitcoin, and then at the end they do like a graduation project on some Bitcoin related open source project. So all sorts of people were in there pitching their own, work on this wallet thing or do this whatever thing. I guarantee we were the only hardware mining project in there, trying to get people to contribute. And so, I took the approach in the talk of even explaining what does this hardware do and why have firmware for it and what is the role of the firmware? What is mining actually, when it comes down to it? So that's, new territory, I think, that BitAxe has sort of reached into and that we're going to reach into here is mining doesn't have to be this mysterious magic part of Bitcoin. It's quite accessible. And so, but what is I think part of the reason it is not viewed that way is because all the software has been closed source. And then it's the kind of thing where, well, hey, I need, I could only really be a mining software developer if I had some hardware to work with, and that's raises the barrier even higher. So one of the things I'm super excited about is that in Mujina, it's open and we're trying to make it easy for people to develop with. So I've turned some of the development tools that I used before we had Ember ones, before we had our own hardware, a CPU mining virtual board, and Mujina works with BitAxe Gamma, and potentially other BitAxes. And the reason you would do that is not because a BitX CAN firmware, but because now you have something cheap and easy and very available to plug into your laptop, and you can run Mujina on your laptop, mining on real hardware, and become a mining developer, experiment with it. I mean, that's the same way that I started with Mujina and developed in the early days. So I'm just excited about cracking this open and having a platform where developers can come, people who, and contribute, and not only hack on it because it's open, but because it's a community developed project, have a place to bank and save those unlocks. Like, I'm super excited that Johnny got the Intel chips working. So what's he probably gonna do? He's probably gonna turn around and contribute drivers to Mujina for that. And then that unlock will be there for the next person. And it will be whatever work has happened in this space, sort of until BitX maybe came around. There wasn't like a central place where if someone tinkered and did something that was cool, but it was, and maybe they even published it, but it kind of gets lost if there's no like project where people know, like, oh, well, if I put support in there, it's gonna live forever.
Snowball effect. Yeah.
So that's some of the more soft social goals for Mujina, is to be the Linux kernel project of the Bitcoin mining world. The place where, just like in the Linux kernel, companies that are fierce competitors in all their domains see that, oh, well, the operating system kernel for our servers, that's sort of a commodity thing. Like, everybody has one, everyone uses this. If we all, if we use that, and because of its open source license, we develop features we need and we contribute back, it just makes us all better. Like, that's not something we want to start from scratch on our own. We don't want to own the whole thing, but we do want to have access to change it. Like, that's what has made the Linux kernel so great, is that everyone in the world who wants to work on an operating system contributes to that, and it snowballs and becomes better. And we don't have that in Bitcoin mining. So that's the goal for Mujina, is if you want to do something with mining, you use Mujina. You add the feature back, other people pick it up, other people maintain it, other people port it to new hardware, and the whole thing just snowballs.
Yeah, who had that idea in the chat? That was like MIPS, mining improvement proposal.
I think
I haven't
Jungly
seen
suggested
that yet.
that.
I like that. That's funny.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're watching at home or your giant mining farm and you like the idea of open source firmware, go to dash.256f.org, and there's instructions there on how to connect your miners to support our fundraiser today. We have got about 300 petahash. We're hoping to find a block today, multiple blocks today. And, this is living proof of some of the neat things that this funding goes to support. For anyone who missed it, the entire stack that you're looking at here, the hash boards are open source. Scott made the design for the hash boards. I built the hash boards here at Bitcoin Park. Ryan programmed the firmware that's running on the control board. Schnitzel made the design for the control board. I have one sitting here. It's not running in this exact setup, but Ryan's firmware is running on a prototype of that control board, and that's controlling the miners, and everything is pointed to the Hydra pool, which Jungly, who's not here, he wrote the software for Hydra pool, and that's what we're running the TeleHash on now. So this is like the full open source stack from top to bottom for Bitcoin mining.
1 year after we hit a block.
Yeah, 1 year after we hit a block. And we really didn't even launch the project. It took us a while to figure out exactly what we were going to do. So April 5th, 2025 was when we actually launched the projects. So, it's been less than a year that we've put all this together. And that was just one block reward that we were able to do all this with, which I think is amazing. And I'm just really proud of everything that we've done with the 256 Foundation and all the work you guys have put into it. So thank you.
And there's still plenty more to do. So point us some hash rate, get some funding,
Yeah.
get more people roped in.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
this-
let's send this over an exahash. Anyone? Anyone?
Who's
Spin
got
'em
an
up- spin 'em up
exahash?
now?
Okay.
This is the year of contributions. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the
community.
That is one of the biggest
involved.
next goals is now we got to get the word out there. We got to make it easy for people to try.
Yep.
Easy for people to contribute. And that's already happening. I mean, there's already some great contributions out there that we just need to integrate. Someone who wanted me to attribute this to the Bitcoin veterans, so shout out to Bitcoin veterans, made a prototype Stratum V2 implementation for Mugina. That's sitting in a branch in our repo. I know Dylan and Jeff have made several additions to the API.
Mm-hmm.
That's sitting out there. What else? I apologize because I'm sure I'm forgetting some other contributions. There's discussions going on about features people want. So it's starting. We need to get that ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, just on the Ember One, shout out to K1 who did the firmware that controls the USB on there.
Totally
made that firmware. Shout out to Johnny who's already working on the bring up for the chips that'll be on the Ember 101.
Shout out to Ryan Raminger for the
water block.
The water block hardware.
That thing is so cool.
It is.
We've got community support channels too. Like if you want to get in and start contributing or start learning, we've got a Telegram channel. It's the 256 Foundation. .tme.
T.me/
There you go.
The 256 Foundation.
You can go to 256foundation.org and you can find a link to our Telegram channel there. We've also got the OSMU server, which is there's a channel dedicated to 256 on there. But I mean, there's over 11,000.
There's like 12,000 people.
Holy
on OSMU
smokes.
now. It's absolutely insane.
And there's all sorts of stuff going on OSMU. If you're into Bitcoin mining, you can find all sorts of stuff on there.
Open source Bitcoin mining. We get a lot of people show up who want to talk about other stuff, and we got to.
Well, that's a perfect example of what Ryan was saying, where it's like all these people are contributing so fast, and it's not really going back to a central
getting captured. Yeah.
hub, which Mugina and these projects can be.
Yeah, we've got our the 256 Foundation has a GitHub organization, so github.com/256 Foundation, and then you can see all the repos that are there. Brett Rowan from Upstream Data has made a couple contributions with ASIC RS, and which is like the Rust version of PyASIC.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which has been necessary because all the different firmwares have different REST APIs that can even change between firmware versions on the same freaking device. So hopefully that won't be necessary if there's just a commoditized version.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we want to take questions?
Oh yeah, there's mics floating around the room too. If at any point while we're talking, if anyone in here has got a question, feel free to raise your hand, and we can rope you into the conversation here. So this can be an open dialogue, not meant to be a lecture. I know it's super entertaining, but feel free to jump in at any point.
Over there.
What chip does the Ember use?
So the question was, what chip the Ember One hashboard has on it?
So currently the first version uses the BM1362. That's the ASIC out of the S19J Pro Antminer. We picked that because it's a really cheap and easy to get chip, which is very nice when you're just doing these prototypes. We have plans in the works to do the next version of the Ember One that will use the BZM2 chip. That's the discontinued one from Intel. We've got potentially a huge pile of those available for free. That'll be another good one.
And they're brand new. Don't have to be unsoldered. And they're brand new.
Yeah, I mean, when you're building, one hash board or mini hash boards, it's a game changer to have new chips. If you take them off old hash boards, there's solder left over on it, and it makes a hard problem significantly more harder. So, I would say that the BZM2 chip that we're planning and the BM1362, the chip on this one, they're very similar chips. They're both about 30 watts per terahash, so they're old, but that does make them fairly cheap.
Mujina also supports BitX Gamma, which is a BM1370.
Yeah, and the goal there is to, like you were saying, I guess, is to encourage it to support, multiple different chip types and the different ways that they interface, so that we can support more hash boards, right? I mean, I think the ability to support to mine with Mujina on an S19J Pro is sort of imminent, right? It has the same chips on there. It just has a lot more of them. I think that can happen. I could see Mujina dropping into, probably on custom control boards, but dropping into all sorts of larger miners to retrofit those. And then, of course, there's many companies now working on new ASICs, right? People are nipping at Bitmain's heels trying to get at some of this. And so I hope that in the future, Mujina can be useful for them, ideally to release their miners with an open source firmware. I think that would be a huge value add to your customers. We're not quite there yet, but at least for the development of it, it could be very helpful.
And if it isn't obvious, we would love to talk to or work with anyone who wants to see, any chip maker who wants to work with us.
Yeah. I mean, there's several chip maker upstarts, and you've got a big problem on your hands of developing a firmware, right? That you're going to ship as your stock firmware. Like, Mujina has a lot of potential there, and even today, I think it would be easier to take and make Mujina work with your miner than to start from scratch or to rip off CG Miner or whatever it is they do these days. But you could take CG Miner right now and develop a new stock firmware for your miner. It would be open source, which would be a huge value add for your customers. People are going to go nuts for it. And you got to think creatively. If you're going to go after Bitmain, which controls 80% of the market right now, you need to have all those value adds. So I would seriously consider it.
Yeah, don't rebuild a thing that already exists and is community supported. People who want to sell a server don't rebuild Linux.
Right.
They just take advantage of all the improvements to Linux and just roll it in and don't pay for that, right? It's you have this whole community of experts that is essentially working on your product in a way.
Yeah,
exactly. It's free labor.
It is. It's free labor. It's a
free
better
support,
product.
free training.
It's free enthusiasm from several different communities, right? Customer
free testing,
base, and it's going to make a better product. So, we're working on them, but. Anyone else wants to reach out, we would like that very much.
Well, Jihan follows the 256 Foundation on X.
Jihan, he's well on his way to...
founder of Bitmain.
Yeah.
Founder of Bitmain, now running BitDeer, which is also making their own ASICs. They got their own miners, the Seal miners. Mm-hmm. I think they're working on the third revision, the A3 chip in
the 5 joule per terahash miner.
Yeah, 5 joules per terahash, man. That's coming. You're gonna need some good firmware for that. So
Jihan's a pretty smart guy. All right, you got to hand it to him. He wouldn't be following the 256 Foundation on Twitter for no reason. We're doing something right.
Yeah, come on over. Give us a call. Respond to Eco's messages. Let's chat.
Yeah.
Is there an instance of another electronic industry that went through this rough, rocky period where it feels so frustrating for the people that want this open source base layer to build off of? I'm too ignorant to know, prior to Linux, or is it a unique scenario because of the network driving effects of Bitcoin mining and the fact that it is an economic engine? It's a money printer, right? And so it's kind of like this carrot on a stick where you build the best firmware and you are literally incentivized, just like Bitmain is, to let me run these machines that are more efficient than anything else on earth before I sell them to everybody else. You know what I mean? And so
you can still do that with open source firmware, by the way.
I know, but what I'm saying is the customers of these ASICs from Bitmain, MicroBT, all the like, because Bitcoin mining is so ruthlessly economically competitive, you almost don't have time to pay attention and work on this stuff. You're like, it literally is a carrot on a stick. You have to just be a slave to the next newest machine if you're running a mining operation as a business. And so that to me seems unique, and it's kind of like, okay, it's taken 12 years until you just have people as retarded as me that are like, screw it, I don't care about the efficiency, I just want to control this bad boy. And now that's a bigger movement, which has ultimately led to this. That's how I perceive it. Long question.
I mean, there's a lot of different like sort of layers of this industry. I think, you know, at the top you have someone like Bitmain, right, who's fundamentally selling hardware. I think they've kind of proven that they care more about the hardware because their firmware blows. So, like, having a better firmware would sell more machines, would sell more hardware. That's their core business, right? Is selling hardware. They have achieved unattainable status at TSMC. They can make the best chips in the world. Do you want to sell more of those chips? Okay, make better firmware, make open source firmware. Like, you know, let us help you with this. You can make more money doing this. They're just crippling their product by having such bullshit firmware and not like opening it up and allowing people to.
You mentioned Apple earlier. That's a good example.
Okay,
it's still
yeah.
PCs, but
it's a walled garden.
Computers, but if you go back to prior to OS 10, OS 9 was an Apple developed, Apple proprietary custom operating system.
Oh.
And OS 10 was Apple's adoption of the FreeBSD kernel and the a Unix distribution. They decided to build on open source when it came to OS 10. And that's when, I mean, that's not the only reason, but that's when Apple kind of blew up. Or, you know, using a Mac.
I think it's majorly responsible for Apple, you know, saving themselves, right? I mean, OS 9 was a shit show. They had been like stringing that poor OS along for a long time, and it was severely lacking. And I think they really made a smart choice. I think they got it from Next, but you know, and Steve Jobs, but they helped themselves a lot by adopting that.
But yeah, that's a great example of a transition from proprietary to, okay, let's take this community developed stuff and put our special sauce on top of it.
Were they like, okay, fine, I guess if we have to, because it feels like that's going to be the case with Bitmain too.
I mean, I think so. I think that, like I said before, the customers will demand it because they just need that level of control because they've developed in-house technologies that make them more money that they need to be able to run. And it's like, once they have that and they can see the additional revenue from running their own, you know, custom tailored version of the firmware, why would they buy hardware that just prohibits the use of that?
Well, and Bitcoin mining is like, it's seeping into all these weird areas that traditionally you haven't seen with the shoebox ASICs or the shoebox machines in the past. You know, the name of the game previously was like secure power source, get a warehouse, fill it with miners. But now you're starting to see these new business models emerge where heat and reusing that heat, using the heat from the Bitcoin miner to do other things like warm up the water in a hotel or
what are we at?
I mean, this is already at 100
degrees.
100 degrees.
I should go get the steaks. Huh?
Yeah. You know, you're starting to see Bitcoin mining go into all these areas that it was never hasn't been done before, and so like you're just not going to be able to do that with the old firmware and the old garden place.
Yeah. What does this mean to the heat punks movement?
It's the unlock of everything. Philip from Gridless said it well at Imagine If. It stuck with me. He was like, the Bitmains of the world, these guys care about mining Bitcoin. Like the output is, does it have X terahash, right? Y joule per terahash efficiency. But he was like, for me, mining off a hydro dam, micro hydro grid, not even a grid in Africa, or myself using a Bitcoin miner in our furnace at my office, like we care about energy. He has to make sure that if the internet goes out, the machines don't shock that generator by going out, right? And so he cares about balancing load. I care about heating my building. And so I don't want that to go out. And so I want like super precise control. I want to be able to target temperatures. And so be it the off-grid guys like Gridless or us at Exergy doing heating, this is going to be a major unlock for us to start to optimize for different targets other than data center plugged in a trillion Ethernet cables, beautiful wiring, 480 volt style mining.
And that's going to help decentralize it too.
Yeah, that's what I think is a failure of the large miners to realize, is because of the decentralized automatic nature of the protocol that is Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, it doesn't necessitate the data center form factor. I don't think I could put a chunk of ChatGPT in my water heater. Like, it just doesn't work. They need uptime, right? They need specific latency requirements. And so Bitcoin mining is this first invention of its kind where you can kind of shatter the operation, the compute operation of the miners into any size chunk. Some guys like it for heating. Some guys like it for 200 kilowatt hydro dams in Kenya. Some people want it at 50 megawatts to make a lot of money. So it's amazing.
We got a question over here from Dylan.
It's really more of a comment that I don't think there's enough hype around what is sitting in front of you guys right now. I don't think enough people have actually tried to look under the hood of a Bitcoin miner and realize how shitty it is. And the fact, because I've gotten to look under the hood of this, and I know how not shitty it is. It's so cool. I just think you guys deserve more hype. I realize you were up late and it's been a long day, but like, this is an amazing unlock that I think is currently going unappreciated, and it is huge for anyone who's not playing fiat games mining, who want to see this in other applications other than just trying to earn a few extra dollars in arbitrage energy. And then also, hats off to you guys for living what you preach, saying we want community development, we want to work with people. I know you guys don't work in the silo, and this team is insane. Everyone works on every aspect of the 256 project. Each one has their own heads, but you're all touching every part of it. So just hats off all around.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, this is the start of the next evolution of Bitcoin mining. I think that the history books will be able to point back to that block last year and this demo this year as really like the end of days for the proprietary mining empire.
The sooner the better.
Yeah.
You know me, burn the bridge.
3 hours ago, a solo miner hit a block.
Oh. It was probably D's other miners.
Which block height was that, Rod?
933034. 933.
There was a solo block that wasn't ours. Get 'em.
You sure?
933304.
Oh, 304.
How do you know?
Simply Bitcoin tweeted, just in, a solo Bitcoin miner just hit a block.
Wait, 933304? Yeah, that's not right. I got.
Maybe it's us.
Rod had some trouble with numbers today.
Let's try to get 933.
You don't get mining
034.
news from Simply Bitcoin.
Okay. It was from Nice Hash. So somebody bought some hash rate and.
There was just a big spike in hash rate.
Yeah.
I peeked over at the screen here. I think I saw
the worker number keeps going up.
Nearly 400 petahash. Yeah, let's do an update.
So, why not? We're close to the top of the hour. All right. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay.
Hash rate, an astounding 373 petahash per second. Average of 318 over the hour.
Yeah.
49
Let's
users and 1,254 workers.
I think this is all-time high for this TeleHash.
This is the record, yeah.
Schnitzel, what's our server load?
The server
0.5
is doing fine.
0.5 of maximum 4. So
okay, 4 cores.
Bring more. Bring more.
All right,
Yeah, bring more hash rate. Keep it going.
Yeah.
So I noticed something looking at the workers. Some users, companies, for example, like Abundant Minds, I saw that they have 30 petahash or so, but it's only under one worker name. And so last night, Michael Schnitzel was talking about a proxy to reduce load on the pool. Do you guys want to explain that? I had never thought of that concept as a small miner that deals in units of a couple terahash here and there.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of one option is you have a big room full of miners, and you configure the pool address in each one of those miners, and they all make a connection to the pool. That doesn't scale very well. It's a little bit ridiculous to have all of those miners opening a TCP connection to the server and sending their shares directly. So what you can do, and probably what you should do, I don't know, I think some people don't do this, which is a little bit weird, but you can set up a proxy. So you have a machine on site that all of those miners are connecting to, and they sort of aggregate all that hash rate and then make one connection to the pool. And so that would, that's when we see what you said is like 32 petahash, one worker, right? That there's no 32 petahash miner. So that is a bunch of miners behind a proxy that aggregates all the hash rate and presents itself as one worker to the pool.
Couldn't you mask them under one worker before by just giving two machines the same worker name as well?
Yeah.
So you can't really tell what they're doing, I guess.
Yeah.
The pool can tell.
Yeah, that's a good point. You could make it look like it's one worker by giving them all the same worker name, but
wouldn't that still be two connections though?
I mean, that would be all the connections.
Yeah, if there wasn't a
if you had 100 machines and all had the same worker name, it would show up as one, but it's still 100 connections.
Yeah.
Doing a proxy is it's a nice way to do it. It gives you, it's gonna lower the latency. It's going to, I don't know, increase the efficiency of your operations.
Ooh, I saw
it
the
also
hashtag.
it also reduces the points of configuration.
Yeah, right. The points of configuration. So, if you've got that set up and you're like, dang, I do want to support the telehash, now you just have to configure your proxy to send all the hash rate somewhere else. Easy.
Oh, and not have to configure 100 machines.
Yeah. Set up some miner management software, or, try and connect to all those machines directly and change their configured Stratum URL.
Is the hot tub getting warm, Schnitzel? I see its hash rate. Nice.
I want to shout out this Nostr integration again.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, it is.
So awesome, D++. But is this the first time there's been this convergence of Nostr having anything to do with Bitcoin mining?
As far as I know.
As far as I know.
Is anybody aware of
I tweeted or I posted about it on Nostr, and I saw someone else say that they were working on a similar thing, but I didn't investigate.
I mean, I know Wrigley is pretty active on Nostr, and they're into Bitcoin mining, obviously. Yeah. But I'm not aware of like anyone being able to use their NPub in like a mining pool scenario.
Yeah, maybe we should describe what's going on here.
Yeah, let's describe what's going on here.
Okay.
Maybe D should.
D, do you want to come up here and talk about this amazing dashboard you built?
Yes. Or if you don't want to, you don't have to. But.
I mean, what do you want to know?
How did you get so
I guess
awesome?
what I would like to point out or have you comment is just conceptually.
Oh, look at that.
D. Oh, she can take my spot.
What's that?
D can sit here.
Do you want to come up here?
D, come take my spot and talk all about everything you built because
it's awesome.
I think you also said this is going to be open source so other people can do telehashes and dashboards and.
Well, they have to. Yeah, they have to use Hydropool.
They should be.
All right. Well, I do want to actually come up and give you guys a little something that I brought.
Oh, what have we got here?
I got you guys a little something because I saw that on the last TeleHash, y'all received some gifts, and they seemed like they were very special to you. So I decided I was gonna do something for the guys.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Sick.
Oh, my gosh.
Thanks, D.
So we got the snapbacks.
Yes. Oh my gosh, hat change.
Wow, thank you.
Rod.
Thank you. Hell yeah.
Yep.
881423 on the back.
On the back.
Oh, no way.
That is fucking rad.
So I have a couple more. So I figured we'd auction off one Bitcoin at least.
All right, did you hear that, everybody? 1 Bitcoin gets you one of these custom TeleHash hats.
Yeah.
1 Bitcoin.
At least.
They're so cool.
You like it?
This is awesome.
Oh, my new favorite hat. You're amazing. Thank you.
Aw.
Thanks, D.
It's the least I can do. I love what you guys are doing. I told Scott, I was like, the TeleHash is my Roman Empire.
Glorious until it falls.
It's like it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. And to this day, it still is. It's so special.
So tell us how this works. Like, does everyone have to log into your system and upload their picture and profile to get,
No, I mean,
get
I
their
think
face to show?
I think we were gonna maybe over-engineer it with just like, a lot of custom programming, and I just thought, well, if you just put your npub as your worker name, then we can have that pop up on the dashboard with your Nostr profile and your Nostr avatar. That said, some people just put npub, like NPUB.
We're still early.
They took the instructions literally.
Didn't you guys see that on there? There's a few of them.
Yeah.
Your npub.
Your npub.
Yeah, your npub. Right. So one of the things we mentioned before was this is not being verified on the Nostr side of things. You could put like Jack Dorsey on there, and it would pop up with his name. If we wanted this actually to be sort of like verified by your permissionless identity, you would have to go on Nostr and make like a post that claims ownership of your worker, right? And then you could like cryptographically verify that, but we just kind of YOLO'd it. Remember when we first got Nostr, people would post on Twitter, and it would validate that their Nostr was their Twitter and their Twitter was their Nostr.
Oh,
We could do the same type of thing with these, and then you'd have like a little verified check mark, and if not, then it would just be unverified.
So you're there was a little bit more that went into this, right? Because I remember we originally were like, yeah, just put your npub as your username, right? But there had to be some changes, I think, to Hydropool to make this work.
Yeah, because at first
it's too long.
It had to be a valid Bitcoin address as the username, which it would check the checksum and make sure that it was valid. And if it wasn't valid, it would refuse the connection, or it just wouldn't share any work with the...
It would disconnect you.
It would disconnect you.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it took some work, and then we had like freestyle usernames, but then the idea came up to use the npubs.
Well, initially we had the npubs as the worker names.
Right.
Yeah, and then
appended. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and then you can also put your NIP5 in your worker name, but you can't put your NIP5 in your username because of the dot is a problem.
Okay. Yep.
The NIP5 is like the email address looking thing.
And then what Canon rejected NIP5 altogether? The @ symbol. That's what it was.
Canon miners.
Closed source firmware.
Closed
Oh,
source
right.
firmware
So some
don't let you put @ signs in your worker name.
Fascism.
What?
Yeah.
Who are they to say? I want to put what I want in there. It's up to me and my pool how that works.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this is turning out great. So when I hover over this, it's reaching out to Noster, a relay, and pulling in this avatar and the name and populating this information from there, right?
Yeah, and this is a work in progress. So I can make it such that it pops up with that info without you having to hover over it, but just trying to get it working for today, man.
Yeah, no, it's
working really well.
I mean, this all came together in what, like the last week?
Yeah,
maybe
last couple weeks.
2 weeks? Yeah.
Yeah.
How do the ones like Schnitzel's work, where it's his name in front of it?
Oh, that's interesting. Is that
Regular expressions.
Trial and error.
Yeah.
This is pretty exciting when we were on the chat talking about this, like this last week or so. Just like, oh wait, can we try this? And Dee was like, yeah, I just did it. Here you go. And we just kept rolling with it. It was super exciting developing this. It came together so well.
We can keep adding
did
more
a
stuff.
fantastic job.
Thanks, man. We can keep adding to it.
All right, let's do it. I really like the sort of Noster like social integration with mining because like
Absolutely.
you know, big miners, they don't really care about that, right? But there's a lot of other miners we've learned, and I think adding a social aspect to it.
Like, if I didn't have my name up on here right now, I would freak out. I would, like, freak out. Like, how can you not want to be on here? Like,
right?
Part of the legendary TeleHash.
Yeah.
You gotta be up there.
like this guy.
Who wants to take a 30-minute break so I can fill you?
I can take a break, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm done. I'm done. I just have like 2 more hats. So we got to decide who these are going to. Rod, I'll let you decide.
Okay, we're gonna donate them.
Okay, and then
They got to be auctioned off for 1 Bitcoin each. Thank you. Plus, round of
thank you.
applause.
I just think that that's a really cool illustration of the power of Noster. You know, we didn't ask anybody permission. We didn't make anybody log in. We didn't have to build a centralized login system. We just were participating in another open source ecosystem of sorts, and we get these features. I love it.
So
Yeah, you can
here's what
just
we're going to do
build
for the
things.
next TeleHash, May 19th in Austin, Texas. D, we're going to hit up NiceHash, Wrigley, and Brains legit and be like, oh, by the way, I tried to buy some on NiceHash. You have to KYC. Everyone has their like little warts, you know, in terms of working with all these guys. So we got to figure out, hey, choose your own adventure. And we may do like an infographic, like, hey, you know, go down this route and so on. So we can spoon feed it to folks. Then we can show them like, hey, in literally a short video, you buy, goes to the board, and then to see what happens, you know, in terms of what we're trying to do. And then we can really get this thing going. And then and then we say for those 3, every hash that is purchased, they should donate a hash too.
Oh, match the hash.
Match the hash.
That's right.
Match the hash.
Yeah.
Match the hash.
Hash match?
Hash match.
No. It's match the hash.
That's such a good idea.
Right?
Gosh, they would go nuts for it. I mean, they'd run.
I
out of
mean,
hash rate, but-
I mean, everybody runs out of miners is the problem.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Everybody runs out of miners.
Well, no, we help make some of these miners profitable because,
Yeah.
you know, there's now a marketplace where they're buying the hash rate.
True.
So I feel like, I don't know how many, we have 5 months, 4 months. I think we
Isn't
gotta
there
go-
a hash rate marketplace on Luxor too? Or is that for like the hardware?
I think it's a hardware.
Like for buying hardware?
They do like some like hash rate futures or something like that.
Okay.
Are there other ones
Stuff.
besides Wrigley and these new ones?
Wrigley,
And Wrigley,
Brains.
dude, we sold them out in like less than 30 minutes. So we need to pump those numbers up, bud.
Yeah, they owe us
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, they owe me 1,000 sats, so that's one.
They owe you 120 terahash. Did it start yet? It's been a few
No,
hours.
I got the email from Zlatan Shemeka, and he told me that 2 minutes Turkish. That's a joke from Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, if anyone knows.
Love that movie.
What's Electron at?
Electron is at 199.4 petahash.
Legit.
So they said 48 hours. Did you see that?
I know. How cool is that? 48
sweet.
hours.
Thanks, Electron.
So we might hit like 10 blocks.
Dude, could
Sounds
you
good to me.
imagine just
Let's
like
go.
in the middle of the night, we're like, wake up. Like, holy shit, we did it, guys.
It's after everyone starts to leave this weekend and other flights are canceled, and then
No.
No, we're doing it tonight. We still got 2 hours.
Yeah, we got 2 hours. Heck yeah.
that is stress you out
What?
with travel.
No,
Okay.
because I'm here.
Yeah. Me too.
He's not stuck.
I'm not stuck.
I think you're stuck with me. I think you're stuck with all of us.
I'm good. You don't know where I live, thank God.
I think we're stuck with Rod.
Yeah.
That's
He's
even
stuck
worse.
in here with us.
Yeah.
What's that meme from the Batman? Or is it Batman or some movie? Which one? Watchmen. He's like, oh, you think I'm stuck here? You know, you're stuck with me.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
All right.
Anywho.
Half an exahash nearly.
Yeah, we almost got half an exahash, guys.
This is so cool.
Crazy.
It's amazing.
That is crazy.
1,300
Just
workers.
ramping up. That is
1,346.
fantastic.
Yeah. This is amazing. Server sounds like it's stable. Hash rate is up and to the right. That's what we like to see. I don't have the live dashboard, but does anyone know like what the best share is?
Oh, I had that link. 1 second.
That's okay. I could. 488 billion.
By who?
What?
Oh,
Nice.
megawatt. Can we get some more hash, please? Guys, let's go. Yeah.
Increased luck. Make no mistakes.
So yeah, I mean things are ticking along. This is great.
I feel like we should probably do this during Imagine If too, like a separate side, and it's just a straight telehash with the board, because we'll get so many views on the live stream in general, and we have it like as a little ticker.
Why
People will be
not?
like, "What's going on here?"
I mean, with these kinds of dashboards, like,
it's
why
super
not?
simple.
So, real quick, shout out to the Samurai Wallet developers who are in prison currently. If you haven't done so already, go to billandkeone.org. There's a link there to sign the petition. There's a link there to donate to the families. And there's all sorts of information online about the case and the injustice that has happened. If you don't know what's going on with Samurai Wallet, you know, open source developers are under attack and they're being thrown in prison for their code. As open source developers ourselves, we take this issue to heart at the 256 Foundation. It really could be any of us next based on some of the novel legal theories that these insane federal prosecutors have put forth in the Southern District of New York. So it is very important. It is an important case, and we need to see these guys released from prison. The only way that can happen at this point is with a pardon from Donald Trump. That's where the petition comes in. So we're at 14,675. Help us get to 15,000 signatures. Help us get to that milestone today. We're trying to get to 100,000 signatures altogether. So we're almost 15% of the way there.
Hey, Ego, does the petition still solicit you for donations? And where do those donations go?
Yeah, great question. When you sign the petition at change.org, it will prompt you to donate, and the way it's worded makes it sound like that donation is going to help the Samurai Wallet developers. That's not true. 100% of the donations through change.org stay with change.org, and they use that money for what they call promotions. And so far, people have graciously, don't get me wrong, we are very thankful for all the support and all the donations. People have graciously donated $30,000 through change.org so far. Not 1 cent of that has actually gone to the Samurai Wallet developers' families. That has all been kept by change.org for their promotions. These promotions include things like diverting traffic on their website to this petition. And that comes with increased views, which hopefully comes with increased signatures. But when I ran the math, the ratio from like views to signatures on these promoted engagements were very, very low. We're getting way more engagement through Twitter and through actual like grassroots engagement. So it's you guys sharing the petition and signing the petition that actually drives the conversion from views to signatures. So I think that's part of the reason this number has stayed pretty low. But yeah, if you do want to support the families, again, billandkeone.org, and then click the link, donate to the families. And there's a number of options on there, both with crypto and with Give, Send, Go if you want to donate in fiat. And you can donate in Bitcoin too. We got a account set up with ZapRight. So thank you, ZapRight, for providing that and supporting the Samurai Wallet developer families. Got to get those guys out of prison.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the dashboard. Looks like we are off the all-time high. Hash rate is crashing down to 373 petahash.
I'm really sorry, Megawatt. Can we friends again? Come on.
So yeah,
I only see like 9 idle miners at the very bottom. Does that mean that we've had basically zero attrition?
No, they nuked the idle miners from the API.
Oh.
Those are recently idle miners. Oh, this says 6 hours ago, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what that means.
No, it's
How often, what's the timeout when they fall off completely?
it's really short.
Gotcha. Someone has a worker named 700 petahash.
All right.
Me familiar.
Username Schnitzel. What's going on here?
It's the thought that counts.
Just you're trying to conjure it? Where'd you get 700 petahash?
Oh, wow. Really? Oh, wow. That's not good.
Sounds like you should talk about it.
Is Jungli up right now?
He's just asleep, so he'll be happy to hear what just happened.
Do you want to come up and talk?
Come on.
Yeah.
He should.
Back up above 400.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan.
You'll be back up. And welcome to the stage, Schnitzel, developer of the Libra board. 256
Thank you.
Foundation. Yeah, and you're also helping run the server. Do you want to talk about what's going on with that first, and then we can get into Libra board?
Yeah, as we were planning for all of this, we thought about, okay, where do we run the hydro pool? We all were clear that we want to run our own pool if we have it. The question is where we ran it, and the first TeleHash, we had it running in Apollo in the park, like somewhere in the back. And so we all thought, well, why don't we do this again? Eco had some, what are they, like older servers?
Yeah, old desktops, Dell Optiplex desktops.
Yeah, and everybody was busy getting ready with everything else. So Eco just said, like, hey, I'm going to set it up. And he did. And we started testing and learned pretty fast the limits of like consumer grade hardware to do things like having 4,000 miners connected. And we heard before, it took us quite a long time because in regular, like, let's say, web or testing or load testing, it's pretty simple. You just fake like the requests, right? In my Fiat job, we run like web servers and you just capture one request and you send it to the web server 100,000 times, and that was your load test. The problem is with Bitcoin mining, you have proof of work. You can't fake the requests. Like, that's the whole idea, that you cannot just take a share of one miner and send it again. The pool will reject it. So we did a lot of figuring out how can we test all of this, and we unfortunately learned that the server we had here at the park kind of creeped out at around 1,000, 2,000 connections at the same time, and we didn't really know how many we have, but we already have 1,300. So what we then did is moved everything into the cloud. We talked to some other hydro and some other pool maintainers that are running them specifically on AWS about how they run it, and basically over like a week set it all in the cloud and now all running in there. What was funny at the same time, everything was pointing to Eco's machine, so it was kind of migration of like running it. So this morning, actually, the dashboard was still running through Eco's machine, re-proxying back into AWS, but we did it all in the background. So shout out to D++ and Chongli to help with the me basically pinging them on Signal. Can we please change that DNS or like change that URL? But now it's all running on a server that is much more powerful, and yeah, specifically, interestingly, the dashboard here is updating. So this is all like hitting the server as well. So we have all the miners that are hitting the servers and all the people that want to see the data. And what just happened now is, yes, I went to Brain's pool and requested 700 petahash. And the problem was that the share, for anybody that knows how the difficulty works with the pool, so the beginning of when a miner connects, the difficulty is extremely low. The miner takes this and mines based on it. Now for a bidax, the difficulty that it sends is maybe like it sends maybe 1 every second. For an M64 like the hashed out there, it maybe sends 2 every second. If you come with 700 petahash, it sends 5,000 a second.
Oh, wow.
Because it's too low. And it looks like technically, the protocol has a way where the miner can tell the pool, hey, the difficulty that you told me is way too low, like I'm going to kill you. And it seems like that doesn't happen, so that's something we have to check with the Brains people, what they do. But basically, yeah, the server, or the Hydro pool was literally overloaded with shares and couldn't tell the miner, hey, please change your difficulty, like that, don't send me that many shares. And so over now 5-6 minutes, they now back and forth. And finally, it looks like now that I'm seeing the dashboard, Hydropool was roughly able to figure out how much hash rate the miner actually has and send the correct difficulty.
So is that 700 petahash incoming?
So,
like it's online and
yeah,
we're going to see
so
this
right now. I see it sends 120. That's at least what Brains said.
It's like scaling up.
Yeah, so it's like a marketplace where you basically bid for a specific amount of hash rate.
Gotcha.
And you say how much you want to pay, and then you make a bid, and then people that submit hash rate to this hash power thingy, they can then accept it and send the hash rate there.
Okay.
So how exactly it works, we don't know. It's not open source. It would be great that we have something like that open source, so I could send them a pull request and for their issues. But yeah, right now we just have to talk to them and figure out what can we do. Because I guess normally, yes, you don't have 700 petahash that come in 1 second.
So was your first bid for, if I understand, your first bid was for 700 petahash, and someone tried to fulfill that.
It's not exactly clear. But it seemed like it started with like 200 or 300 at once.
Okay.
Yeah, so it came with 200-300, but that was way too much for the pool.
And then after that, you made new bids for smaller amount.
No. It's still running at 700, but it's only fulfilling 90 right now.
I see.
I don't know how this exactly works, but
gotcha.
It maybe also realized that the pool was overloaded and automatically adjusted. But you will get, so in the end, you would still get all the the shares, just not in the amount of time. Right, so it just takes a bit longer.
Right.
So it tells you how long it will probably run for. And what I selected was I want 30 minutes, 700 petahash, and now you're probably just going to get 2 hours of, I don't know, 150.
Gotcha. Okay. So it'll equal out.
Yeah, probably.
The testing we had done on HydraPool, like before we get into LibreBoard, because I found the testing super interesting. You were able to, mock up like thousands of workers and send them, but you also had this like man in the middle tool. Do you want to talk about that part of it?
Yes. So while we did all the testing, we didn't really know what's going on, right? So the miner and the pool, they talk with each other. They send messages back and forth. The problem of Stratum v1, which is the protocol that everybody uses, it's not properly documented. So every miner and every pool does a bit slightly different. They overall do the same, but because there's no spec of this is what the things you have to do, it's just, everybody implements it the way, and then you have different firmwares and different pools. So very early on with HydraPool, we had issues that some miners didn't connect. And so myself, I never really looked at this. Like I've read a little bit about how Stratum works, but I wanted visually see it. So what I built is, I call it HashScope. So it's a man in the middle. So you tell your miner to talk to HashScope, and then HashScope talks to you, to the pool, and it shows you visually all the requests that are going back and forth. And not only that, you can also capture one request, change something in it, and send it to the pool.
Nice.
So we were able to test some things. And then, when we went to actually load testing, we wanted to test 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 miners. The problem is we want them from different regions all over the world. So we thought about, okay, how could we do that? It wouldn't be great if there's a messaging protocol that agent that you can connect to it, and one person can send one message to a relay, and then everybody else will receive that message. So we built basically a distributed hash testing system with Nostr. So how it works, you connect, let's say, one bitx through HashScope, and you just have agents that are running in the cloud. They're not doing anything, but they are talking to the pool, so you have connections running. And then whenever the bitx sends an actual submit message to the pool, the HashScope in the middle will take that message, send it to Nostr. All the agents are connected to Nostr, and it will also send it to the pool at the same time. So you can basically, as close as possible, without actually running miners in the cloud, or miners, you can try to load test the system.
Yeah, simulate all those incoming connections.
Correct.
Yeah.
And what I also did is every agent reports their telemetry. So if they're connected to a pool, how many shares they submitted, were they rejected, because you want them to be rejected. If a pool would not reject that, you just found a money-making machine, right? Because you shouldn't be able to take a share a second time. The pool needs to check on this. It takes all this telemetry and sends it back to the Nostr relay, and so HashScope looks at these and shows you all the agents and their status.
Awesome.
And that was the first testing we did, and I wrote 0 lines of code. It's all vibe coded. So I just talked to it and said hey, I need to test this. Do you have an idea? Funny enough, it did not propose me the Nostr relay system. I really want to do some MQTT and other stuff. And I was like, no. We're going to build this in Nostr. And then it was but it's not very efficient. You shouldn't use that. It's not a tested protocol. I'm nope, we're going to do it that way. And so it's open source. We're going to publish it on the 256 Foundation. And I'm probably going to make some videos on how to use it. Because at least in this world, when you need to analyze pools and miners talking to each other, it's extremely cool when you can actually see the messages and you can replay them and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the interface is really slick. It reminds me of a text chat. You've got messages on both sides coming and going. So you did a really good job with that.
Is that what I would use if I wanted to build a water heater that 2 times a year I could steal all the hash rate from all my customers and point it to a TeleHash?
Let's talk.
Okay. Right. It's in the contract. Don't read. Read the terms and conditions.
You're still going to get the heat. Don't worry about it.
No, you could totally. Yes, it would be a system that you could centralize all the hash rate, and you can then decide. So it's becoming like a proxy that you can send traffic to different places and things like that.
Let's talk about LibraBoard.
Yeah.
So that's one of the 4 projects that is being supported with events like this when you point your hash rate to the 256 Foundation. And we started the LibraBoard project April 5th of 2025. So from then until now, we have actually produced a physical LibraBoard. We've produced 2.
Yep.
You came up with the design. I made that in the office back there behind the stage. And last night you guys were burning the midnight oil, and you actually got one fired up. You got a LibraBoard fired up.
Yep. There was no smoke, which was very exciting.
Yeah. So let's talk.
That's always a good sign.
I guess maybe first we should just start with like what at a high level LibraBoard is, and then we can get into the bring up last night.
Yeah. So the LibraBoard, in short, is a control board like any other control board of a miners. So a normal miner that is bigger than a BitX actually separates the hash boards and the control boards for the simple reason that the hash boards themselves, they're just very focused on just the hashing. They usually have power in and maybe some data connection. With the current proprietary miners, they talk to some weird ribbon cable that is nobody really knows what they're doing, and we had to reverse engineer it, but you have then a central control board that connects to all these hash boards, and the control board is the one that actually talks to the pool, has the Ethernet connection, and converts the work that it gets from the pool is sent to the hash boards. Mm. If you would want to every hash board to do that, right, it's not economical to have 3 Ethernet connections and all that stuff. And so that's a completely standard system, and that totally makes sense. For me, doing all these installations and heat reuse and all that stuff, one of the major problems was always that this control board was way too weak in processing power, and you couldn't attach anything to it. So for anybody that's ever seen the hash top that is out there or any other system, you need temperature sensors, you need maybe flow sensors, you want a power, so you want a relay that you can turn on and off, all kind of things, or you maybe want a pyrotechnic that goes off if there is a block found, whatever you want to do. And the problem is, in the current miners with the control boards, you have no way to do that. So the only way to do it actually is to get a second Raspberry Pi or some board that talks to the control board and tells it what to do, and then all the water temperatures and relays and all that stuff is connected there. But it's just from a system engineering point of view, it's completely stupid that you have 2 systems that need to talk with each other. Perfectly would be if the control board, the temperature sensors are connected directly to that. Now, the big miners, they don't care about this, but for us, they want to build cool things like a sous vide system. We already did that, right? It already has a pump, so you need to control that. It has 2 temperature sensors.
What do we got here? Cheesecake? Yeah. Thanks. Happy birthday, Andrew.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Should we sing him happy birthday? Yes. Don't go anywhere.
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andrew. Happy birthday to you.
Let's go. 105-degree water, by the way.
Oh, wow, nice.
Where are those steaks?
130 we need, so. But that's the thing, right? So let's say you want to have a signal message that tells you when the water is hot. If you want to build these things, you cannot do that right now with the control board. And having done it a lot of times with secondary control boards, it's a massive pain. So when we started thinking about, okay, the control board for that are talking to the Ember One and all the needs, it was clear that we cannot just copy the control board that we already have, or like something, just taking whatever the current proprietary system did and just copying them. We need to make it extendable and in a way that people can hack with them, can do this. And obviously the Raspberry Pi as a community is the perfect thing for that, because it is this board that is maybe not super powerful, but it has a lot of capabilities of adding different so-called hats. So they're like PCBs that you put on top of it. You have tons of documentation, how to connect relays to it, how to connect temperature sensors, pyrotechnic displays, anything. So it made a lot of sense for us to standardize on that specific like ecosystem.
Well, and they had open sourced their I/O board that goes under their compute modules, right? And
Correct. Yes.
Do you want to talk about how you were able to take that and
Yeah,
launch LibreBoard with it?
Can you give me the other one back there, like the original one? Yeah, so the other cool thing that Raspberry Pi did is their first versions were actually a full computer. So that means like the CPU, the memory was soldered onto the board, which also had the Ethernet, the USB and all that stuff. But a couple of years ago, they made a so-called compute module. So they just took the CPU and the memory and all the other chips that are necessary, put it on a PCB, and that's it. It does not have any other connectors than two 100-pin connectors on the back. And what you can do with this, you can basically plug it into what they call here is the I/O board, or like a board. So you can just plug it in there, and that gives you then a full computer again with all the peripherals you want. And correct, Raspberry Pi decided, while this one is not open source, they open sourced that part. So I was able to take this design and modify it and change it to exactly what we needed, and that's what LibreBoard is. So if you look closely, you can see similarities of like the layout. I reused some of it.
Mm-hmm.
But because we said we want the same form factor as the Ember One, which is 125 times 125 millimeters, I basically had to like stretch it and squeeze it a bit and reroute the whole thing around, because all these connectors still need to go to the same place. But that was basically, so I guess we can talk about what's on it. But
that's what I love about open source is we had this idea in mind, this goal that we wanted to accomplish, and we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We didn't have to start from zero. We could take something that had already been figured out and then just modify it. So like a lot of the, not that made your job any easier over the last 8 or 9 months, but I mean, it certainly took a lot of the heavy lifting off, and it made the LibreBoard project something achievable in 8 months.
Yep.
Right?
Correct. Yeah, Initially, I definitely thought, it's going to be just like, making it a bit longer, extending all the traces and just moving it around. Very fast, we then realized that that's not going to work, because we actually tried to squeeze a lot more on this board than the regular compute module has. So what we ended up, the compute module only has 4 layers. This one actually now has 6. So it allows us a lot more capabilities of routing. I guess if you want to go through what is on it.
Yeah, definitely.
So the first thing is power. The regular Raspberry Pi is usually powered by USB-C, which means 5 volts. Because the Ember ones, though, need 12, or decided that we want to use 12 to 24 volts, or around in that range. We decided also the Ember one should also have the same power range. So instead of running it just for 5 volts, you can run it from 12 to 24 volts. There's a voltage regulator then that regulates it down to 5 volt. That's what the Raspberry Pi itself needs, and all the peripherals and that stuff. The other thing we also,
Sorry, Scott, can you reach that Ember one behind the laptop? Just to...
Oh, yeah.
show like the thought that went into the placement of each of these things, because we had the Ember 1 design pretty much figured out, and we were thinking that like the Libra boards and the Ember 1s are probably going to be in the same enclosures, hence why they should have the same form factor. And then we started thinking about like where are we going to put these components in relation to each other, and so we had put in a lot of thought about like which side of the board these things go on, and made a match between the Ember 1 and the Libra board.
Correct. Yeah. So if we see here, at the bottom is an Ember 1, and at the top is the Libra board. And so one of the things that Scott decided is he puts these power connectors up here on the Ember 1. So we put them at the same place exactly on the Libra board. So the idea is like if you have multiple of these, you could have like a power rail that they're just all connected. That's what current miners already do. And we put the USB-Cs, that's what the Ember 1 has, right? It has the USB on top. So we also put them on top over here. Not exactly over there because it didn't work, but at least they're on the same side.
For the data communications.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, so
that takes the place of that proprietary ribbon cable you find in amp miners.
Exactly, yes. So what I had to do for that is the Raspberry Pi by default only has 2 USB 3s, but we wanted to connect at least 4 Ember 1s. So there is actually an USB hub on it itself that runs these 4 USB-C connectors that you can then connect 4 Ember 1s on it. But because it's USB-C, you can actually daisy chain hubs, so you could connect another USB hub and run more Ember 1s on it, just you can't directly connect them.
Cheesecake right here.
We got cheesecake on the table. Don't start a stampede. Everyone, take your time. There's enough for everybody.
If we go to the left side, these are all the connectors and the things that gives you more. You probably need one time or like, but not all the time. One of them is in USB 2 to flash, because the compute module you need to flash instead of an SD card. You have like a couple of buttons, a status LED, a debugging header, things like that. But these are not like user faceable. Like if you think about there is a casing, which ports would you really expose? These are actually the ones at the front. So we have on the right side a USB 3, so you can connect, let's say, an SSD or things like that. We have an Ethernet, we have an HDMI, we have the Raspberry Pi owns CAM display port, which you can connect a camera or a display, even with touchscreen. And
with that ribbon cable, right?
Correct,
yeah.
Yes.
Wi-Fi?
It does have Wi-Fi, yes. That's on the Raspberry Pi itself. Yes, it has Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Plus, for all the people that are afraid of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, you actually can physically disable it. So there's a pin header. If you jumper it will physically disable Bluetooth and Wi-Fi.
Perfect.
And then the last thing we also have is because we have miners and they get warm, so you need to also cool them. We had a long discussions of if actually the fan control should be on the hash board or on the control board. And we agreed that we want to put it on the control board, at least for now. So that's why we have 4 fan headers as well that are actually controllable also by the Ember 1, by the compute model itself. So you can control each fan individually. It knows how fast they're turning, and you can ramp them up and down. And for that, because they run on 12 volts and everything else runs on 5 volts, we have a second voltage regulator that actually makes sure that the 12 volt is all fine there. And then the last thing that the Raspberry Pi has is an M2 slot, so you can add either mostly storage, so NVMe drives if you want to run a Bitcoin node, or there's other ways that you can attach.
Yeah, the idea behind that being, users could bring any compute module they want to their Libra board. And so if you wanted to like have your Libra board running your own node so that you've got your hash board, you can install Mugina on this, you can install Hydropool on this, and you can have the compute module with the RAM needed to power all those things. And you can have the the SSD storage to hold the whole blockchain.
Yep.
So you could like condense the whole operation down into one box.
Yeah, this is a pretty important thing that maybe we glossed over a little bit, but this is a miner control board that can run a full node on
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
That is badass.
Yeah. Yeah. So why would you just not like that? That's a big question. Like every Bitcoin miner can now just be also a full node by itself and stabilize and improve the network. Obviously, it's a bit more expensive, right? And you don't have to do this, but if you want to, it's totally possible.
The optionality is there. Yeah.
How would you connect a pump if you weren't going
Yep.
to use the fan headers for a system like this?
Yes, so the Raspberry Pi by itself has a whole 40-pin connector, which is standardized. That came from the regular Raspberry Pi sizing. There's these hats, and all the holes for all these hats, they're still on here. So there are multiple hats that have like relays that you can run up to 250 volts. You can connect temperature sensors, things like that. So what you would do is basically buy a relay hat, plug it on here. It would automatically work. All the pins, the original pins, we didn't touch any of them.
So that was a little work.
That was a little bit of work, yes, because that's where, unfortunately, right, there's no standard really. So we did a lot of research, also with the help of AI, to understand what are the different hats actually using, which ports, and we realized they use every single port. And so we left all of them. But yeah, that basically means you would buy a relay board, put it on top of it, and then with a software that you will find open source as well, you can then start to control these pumps.
You want to point at this and kind of illustrate the hat idea and how it's connected?
Oh yeah, you can show it with the camera, yeah. Yeah, so what Ryan did, this red and white thing is actually one of these hats. So what he wanted to do is to connect the temperature sensors from the water and the heat sinks. And there is a hat that allows you to connect these temperature sensors, and that was all necessary, right? And with like if you would like to rebuild this with a regular miner, A, you couldn't, and B, you would need to have like a secondary small Linux computer, like a Raspberry Pi, that then talks to each other. It's just going to be a massive pain. But that is like a perfect example. You want to know obviously how hot the water is to not burn your food. And now it's all connected in one thing, and it can easily, the control board can easily react on the temperature and tell the hash board to like scale down, for example.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems you have if you're using a secondary board like you were talking about, like you'd have to do with a proprietary control board, is they have to communicate over the network, and because your firmware is proprietary, all you get is whatever controls are exposed over the API.
Yep.
So you kind of have to do what should be fairly tight control, but over this, over the network, over Wi-Fi, and then via these APIs, which I don't know.
That's how we've solved it right now for our M64 water heater at our building. If we want to control around 120-degree water temperature to not warp the old floors, so running through the pipes. And so it's solved through APIs in this abstracted software layer over Wi-Fi, where we have a second board, which is a Raspberry Pi running Home Assistant, and the APIs are talking to Home Assistant. And then there's logic on Home Assistant saying, hey, actually, miner, go to this wattage if the temperature exceeds this, and it's totally disconnected.
Yeah. And in my case, I even had a situation where I used S9s, and what I didn't know is that what it can happen, because with the S9s, the power supply is really like it's not a very clever system. So basically what happened is the miners got too hot. My Home Assistant realized that the miners were too hot and sent shut-off commands to the miners. But because they were so hot, the CPU on the miner itself didn't react anymore from API calls from the outside, but it still sent hashing power to the miner, to the hash ports. And it basically just like heated itself up.
Thermal runaway.
Yes, until the whole system...
The nuclear reactor.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. So yeah, I ended up having like 4 broken S9s. All the pipes melted because the water it was an immersion system. So all the pipes melted because it got like PEX, which is usually what we use, is like up to like 220 degrees Fahrenheit. And it definitely went higher.
Oh my gosh.
So Yeah, it's like one of these systems, right, where my external system tried to tell the S9 stop mining.
And it was
they
like,
have
I'm crashed,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm
Like-
sorry, but I'm still mining.
Still mining.
And so that would have been solved with an all-integrated system, right? Because there is no API between. It's just all running on the same. And that, would be just such a better world to actually build really cool system. Because any of the mining system, right? If you look at at all the stuff that exists right now, which are like house usable miners, if you actually open them up, you find up to 3 control boards in there that try to talk to each other through Ethernet, and it's just so bad. And we just want one system that can do it all.
It's not only helpful, it's also like a prerequisite, I think, and a requirement. Like, I don't think any building inspector would let you buy a furnace if you say the brain for the furnace is running on a Raspberry Pi in another room and it's controlling it over Wi-Fi. They'd be like, no, we're not approving that. Like, the device itself has to be able to control itself and have safety, fail-safes. It has to be robust in nature, so.
And that's where like one of the UL certifications is actually good
Right.
at, right? That's what they're testing.
Yep.
They're making sure that the system has proper shut-offs and like is self-contained and not dependent on external systems. Because anybody that has ever tried to run like critical systems over Wi-Fi knows like it can just go away, and that's what we now can finally do with having such a good control board.
And LibreBoard is fully open source, and again, it's a product. It works. People can make it. You can in the future be able to buy those and run it as is. But it's also a reference design, right?
Correct.
So you can take this and like, oh, I don't need those things. I need some extra things. I need it to be in this different form factor. I need it to like strap to the side of my water heater. This is like the rest of the projects at 256 Foundation, this is designed to be something that encourages you to take it, modify it, make it work for your needs. Maybe you need more USB ports, more hubs, and or a different voltage input. All those things are adjustable, and it's encouraged to do that. And I think, like I was saying before, if you want to make a product that is a Bitcoin miner, you need to do those things. You cannot be scrapping ant miners for the parts and trying to hack those into a real production retail product.
Yeah. And it's really not hard, right? I've never, to that extent, created a PCB myself. KiCad is extraordinarily good. As for like, usually right, people say like, oh, but open source software is not as good. It's not the case there at all. And yeah, you could download you can download the project, remove the pieces you don't need, maybe add more. Let's say you want 12 USB ports or something. You can just copy the existing hub, make sure that everything aligns, and printing of the board, I don't even remember what we paid, but like I think
it wasn't much.
It was not much at all.
I think it came out to like $5 or $7 per PCB.
Yeah, and we only created 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you would have like 100, you pay like $0.50 per board. They get shipped within like a week. And then you have to find somebody with a pick and place machine, and I mean you could also hand solder it if you make it a little bit bigger.
I know a guy.
Econ knows a guy. And I think we show that like you don't need massive amounts of machinery or experience. You can just, if you have time and if you want to do it, you can do that and you can get it done. And like you say, companies or whatever is building can make it specifically for their need, and don't have to hope that one other company maybe in the 5 years will build a system that works for you.
Yeah, and I think especially if you're making a device that deals with high voltages or high temperatures, things like that, you're going to need to get various safety certifications. They're going to want to look at your control board in depth and see. And so, you're not going to just hand them a Bitmain control board and they're like, okay, cool. So
correct, yeah.
This is the springboard for doing that.
Let's talk about this bring up last night. I know you guys were working late into the night. What happened with LibreBoard?
Yeah, so I've never seen a LibreBoard, which is funny, right? You're spending months looking at a visual representation of all the traces. Like I basically have an intimate relationship with everything on this because I've spent hours looking at it. But because of timing and things, we shipped the boards then without the chips directly to Eco, and he put it together. And last night I saw it the first time, and Scott and I tried to then get it running. And as usual, there is this moment where you're like, yeah, I'm gonna power it up the first time now, and it might work or not. And everybody like braces for smoke coming out, but there was no smoke. But it also didn't boot up, so it was dead. And we then traced it and figured out that one of these voltage regulators, they might not be exactly the right ones. They basically made for like being controlled by another control board or by another system. So we're gonna have to figure out, we might just replace them. But because we have all these pin headers anyway, and the Raspberry Pi just needs 5 volts, we were able to inject 5 volts through another place and get it up and running anyway. And yeah, connected the first USB, and magically it found the USB and was able to mine. So after we had it running, it was hashing maybe 30 minutes later, which was quite a surprise. Like, I think we expected after the first downer that we couldn't get it running through the voltage regulators. And it's like, okay, maybe this doesn't work. But then, half an hour later, we had it mining.
So you had Mujina on a compute module,
correct,
mounted on the Libre board,
yes,
and controlling Ember 1,
correct,
and it was hashing to Hydropool last night.
Yeah, like 30 minutes after we started testing.
It's amazing. What happened with the USB? What do we think is going on with the USB communication?
We're not sure yet. There were a couple of, it looks like either noise or just weird communication issues, which can be all kind of different things. So we're going to have to test this more.
Ryan was doing some more testing on it, and it seems like Ember 1, there might be a problem with the controller on the Ember 1 that is, it's only revealed when you plug it into a hub. So the I/O board over there doesn't have a USB hub on it, but it only has 2 ports. So that's why there's only 2 of those 3 Ember 1s running. But then this, of course, you added a hub.
Yep.
When Ryan tried to plug a hub into that, it also showed the exact same problem. So we think that there's some edge case there. We're probably right at some limit for either the data integrity or the 5-volt power supply that comes over USB. I think we should be able to figure out what's going on. And I think it's probably on the Ember 1, so good job. I think I was pretty excited when we turned it on last night and we were plugging the USB devices in. It's like, yep, it enumerated. Yep, it enumerated, like just down the line. That was so cool.
Yeah, it's crazy what if you can just build it, right? Like, I mean, if you would try that like already 5 or 10 years ago, there would not have been a chance. But the fact now that we have companies that build these PCBs for you extremely cheap, that we have open source software that you can actually build the hardware. You have open source hardware that you can look at, that you know it works, right? I took the existing board from Raspberry Pi and I knew it works because I had one at home. I was able to trying to understand how they thought about routing everything. And then, all you need is a pick and place machine and you have your own computer. Like, it's...
Yeah, I think it's a testament to open source that like someone like you who's never designed a PCB and someone like me who's never assembled hardware can, with our ambition, learn how to do that in a very short period of time and actually produce something that's working. And I mean, that's our version 1 of the Libre board, and just the fact that it even powers up and you were actually able to like mine with it, I think is an outstanding testament to how much attention to detail you put into that design. I'm just glad that I didn't screw something up soldering it, because I definitely butchered a few things with the Ember 1 that Scott had to fix. So I'm really happy to see this working.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts on there. A lot of different size parts, super big ones, small ones. So I'm sure that was a challenge to solder together, but good job.
Thanks.
We still got a bunch more stuff to test on it, right? We got to try it.
We have never tested the HDMI. We've never tested the Ethernet. So there's a couple of things.
Yeah.
But the important mining part we got.
Oh, boy. Look at that hash rate.
Almost half a exahash.
Yeah.
You just make a couple calls. Is it your 700 exahash?
I think Rod's maxing out his credit card.
Yeah.
My KYC, I'm maxing out. My credit card. Probably go to jail.
Schnitzel, yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, the HDMI, I mean, all these other I/O ports on here, like there's going to be some rad reference 256 miner, kind of like your Nerd QX from Parasite Pool.
Right.
That's going to be able to come in a package that you can play around with all the little bits and bobs.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're trying to get to the point to build here at the park, so that we can start offering a plug and play option.
Right.
That's got 1 to 4 Ember One hash boards with optional water cooling blocks or air cooled heat sink and a fan. It's got your Libra board in there. It's got a nice enclosure, either 3D printed or maybe we'll outsource injection molded case, or maybe a metal case or something. But
or even if there was some way to package it in a test rig like this, like a test stand, because this is a mining, it's like a development kit when you put all the pieces together, and some people might just want to buy that kit.
Well, yeah, and I'd like to get to the point where we're stocked up enough to sell individual components for the people that want to do DIY stuff. But I think our our midterm goal here now is to get like a plug and play option online that people can buy.
The form factor of both the Libra board and the Ember One is 125 millimeters square, which seems pretty arbitrary until you realize it slides perfectly into an S9 enclosure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we haven't actually tried doing a build like that yet. That's probably on me, but we originally were like, how big we're going to make this thing? And I think there's a earlier version of the Ember One where we're like, I don't know, it should be in this neighborhood of size, like roughly to fit everything that we want on there.
Well, the first one was 128.
Yeah, and then it was like, all right, well that's pretty close to 128. That's a good number. It's half a 256. Like, let's go with it. Got the boards back, built it up. It was an early prototype. There were some issues, but then I was kind of looking at this S9 enclosure I had. I'm like, oh my gosh, is this gonna fit? And I was like, boop, no, like 3 millimeters off. So that's how we came upon that. I think that'd be a pretty cool build.
So we're cutting down on e-waste.
Yeah, you could slide 6 of those.
Well, how many can you fit in length? Two.
Yeah.
And then there's 3 rows.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 6. And then the control board has a slot on the outside of the chassis in a little.
Yeah, you could try and figure out a way to slide the control board in there. I mean, you might run into issues with the connectors and how to access those.
Or that's also like the super thing, like just moving 1 or 2 of the connectors in KiCad is not very hard. Right? The really hard part was finding space for everything. But now that it's space, I mean, at least on the Libra board, like I spent a lot of time just like figuring out where everything goes.
Well, and one interesting distinction between Ember One and Libra board is you kept all the components on one side of the board, where the Ember One has components on both sides of the board.
Correct.
I guess maybe I'm probably the only person in the room who's interested in that distinction, because I have to like send it through an oven 2 times and like program a pick and place machine 2 times. But yeah.
So you can, with the Ember One, you can do all the parts on the other side, but you need to have those resistors and stuff next to the chips. So we could do that, but we'd have to switch to 0201 parts. You ready?
No, I think even the 0402 is difficult enough.
We have a vote from the audience is no 0201.
Yeah.
What's 0201?
Well, so the smallest parts on that board are it's a size of component package, and it's is it 2 mils by 4 mils?
I thought it was.
It's smaller than a grain of sugar. So we use 0402, which is already like a speck of sand. So 0201 is just like you basically can't even see it.
Dust.
And
Dude, it looks like dust.
They make 01005 too. Like it's just a wisp of
over half an exahash.
Woo! Oh, we did it. Yeah. Okay.
Brad, do we have to go pick up a package or something?
This is crazy.
This is crazy. Dude, I mean, this TeleHash. We're still hitting a block this TeleHash, but next TeleHash we're 100% hitting 2 blocks.
Rod's in.
I'm now convinced. Look at this, 524.
Holy smokes.
Holy smokes is right.
It's the top of the hour.
Did you
Megawatt
just,
guys, did you guys go make some calls when you guys stepped out?
It's wood miner.
What'd you do?
He's burning a forest.
yeah! Nice, bud.
Thank you, sir.
He's burning a forest down.
But what's
Good
the
work.
sweet spot? It's obviously not 700. Like
Not as one worker. It's yeah.
You have to watch the bid. You get kicked off because we're outbidding each other.
Oh.
We're just willing to pay more than you.
Yeah, should we do a update workers and stuff?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I can see the highest share. Um, 537 petahash, all-time high. I see half exahash by Schnitzel ramping up. It's our number one worker right now is you, Schnitzel. Woodminer in second place with a worker named Cherry, 95.7 petahash. Support open source. So, yeah, I ungrouped them.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Oh. It's loading in. So still the largest user is Electron with 201 petahash. Schnitzel, you're getting up there, 139 petahash.
Actually, it would be sweet if you served them.
We're getting there.
Woodminer 95 petahash. Megawatt 64 petahash. Abundant Minds 29 petahash. Satoki 10 or 11, nearly 11 petahash. Exergy 8.3 petahash. SAS mining 4.3 petahash.
Yeah, let's go SAS mining. That's awesome.
Brains 1.8 petahash. Wrigley 700 terahash, just themselves. You got to reach out to those guys. Guardrail 600 terahash. Rev Hodl 376 terahash.
Yeah.
Josh
Bunch of workers, too.
253 terahash. Yeah. Public Pool 200 terahash. Backwater Mining Collective 170 terahash. I mean,
Dude, are we going to break 600 petahash here?
let me scroll back up. Holy smokes.
He's got too big of a smile.
So we don't want to know the odds?
I do want to know.
Rod wants to know the odds.
At 565. 1 in 13 days.
I like those odds.
We were 1 in 7 last year.
I think so with an exahash, yeah. But the overall network hash rate was what did I say?
You said like 730?
Yeah, 730 exahash. And now it's over a zettahash.
So
Just exa.
Yeah. Now we're in the zetas.
The hash rate.
network's full. 0 sats per VByte. No transaction fees.
Does it say who the what the best share is? I'm curious.
Oh, let me see that on the live stream. It still looks like it is an Electron Energy miner.
Okay.
408 giga billion.
Okay. Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Great. We've got an hour left.
Let's go.
We're gonna do this. at this hash rate.
How much more hash rate is there to buy?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, has Brains
Great
run
job.
out of hash rate to sell yet?
Okay, what other options do we have? What other hash rate marketplaces are there?
I know it was a little bit difficult going through that process. I tried.
You tried to do the nice hash?
Yeah, but it was just like KYC this and that, and I was like, I don't got the time for that.
Man, why?
You don't know who I am?
Huh? Sorry?
Why do they KYC? I don't get it.
I don't know. Teach their own.
Yeah.
You're probably a U.S. based company. I don't know. They are. Okay.
What's an SRO?
Mm.
Oh, wait, hang on. We got a mic.
Oh man. So what was the question?
Lesson teaching.
What's an SRO?
Why does NiceHash KYC?
Well, I'm not part of NiceHash, but I do know the guys. They're great, and they have become. They're falling under FINMA. So FINMA is the regulator in Switzerland, and below them is SROs, and then NiceHash is falling under an SRO. So essentially, they have to do all of this KYC in order to maintain compliance in Switzerland.
And then just for the live stream, what does SRO stand for again?
Self-regulatory organization, something like that. Yeah, one of those. Self-regulatory organization. Yeah.
Yep. Life comes at you fast. They weren't always KYC.
They're great though.
Rod, what if next year mempool just puts the telehash on the pie here, regardless of how small our share of the pie is?
I know a guy.
Yeah. I mean, we might be like 0.01, but
Yeah, no, he should do.
Just
Yeah,
our sliver
Yeah.
on there.
we
that
should
would be cool.
100%. Maybe it's like in bigger font for the day. It's just
or all the other ones are grayed out.
we're the only color. It's like, that would be hilarious, actually. Yeah, actually, I don't have my phone on me. We need to store that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Rod, I'm glad to see you pick one of those up.
It's pretty cool.
What do you think?
It's freaking rad, man. I mean, listening to all the stories and all the hard work and knowing that it was zero, basically, an idea about 365 days ago, and to be holding this board here, looking at that, seeing all that work in just a year, you guys should be super proud of yourselves. Like all of you guys, Schnitzel, you guys all, yeah, 100%.
Thank you.
Now I'm thinking about the next iteration of like what's to come a year from now when we're sitting back here in Nashville. We've hit 6 blocks, 7 blocks since.
All the blocks.
All the blocks. It's like, no, they became the proprietary Bitcoin mining empire, the 256 Foundation. No, don't worry, guys. You can trust me. I'll make the best decisions for everybody. Yeah. So what's next besides, what are cool people going to be building, you think, in the next year that is going to surprise you guys?
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple things. There's what we've got on our roadmaps for these 4 projects, and then there's what people are going to do with these new tools that they've never had before. And so I think one of them is anything you can imagine. We don't even know what people are going to come up with on one hand. On the other hand, we want to start looking at Stratum V2 and, what we can do to put template construction in the hands of the miners, what that looks like both in Mugina and in Hydropool. We want to do the Intel version of an Ember 1.
Yeah.
We've got ideas for Libreboard and like Schnitzel was saying, if you wanted to have more hash boards. So we have this idea for like a piggyback kind of board that would be like a complement to the Libreboard to extend the capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kinds of things we're thinking of right now at a very high level. But I mean, it'll be up to the community where they want to take this. And also, we want to get this hardware out to developers and do-it-yourselfers in the community so that we can start getting feedback on like what kinds of changes and directions we need to be going in the designs. So part of that is just me getting to work back there.
I think that community and building the communities of developers and users and testers around these products, right? Because this revolution is not something that like we can do alone, right? We need lots of people banging on this stuff, right? Decentralized development, running, miners, like
building businesses. Yeah,
building businesses. Yeah, that's a great point too. So I think that's an important part of it. And then, then the ideas, it's like what you said, we have no idea. Like people are going to come up with some crazy awesome stuff. Like I've seen it happen before, and it's just amazing. It's mind-bending what people can come up with.
Woodminer, please get your hash rate back up, please. Thanks.
Yeah, even these core pillars, once the community gets the ball rolling on them, is going to result in ideas for potentially other open source projects that aren't one of these four, right? That potentially 256 could support. So,
well, and hopefully it attracts more developers too that look at this and want to contribute.
Yeah,
I think that's a big key part about what Ryan's been saying with Mujina. It's meant to be a community project, and we'd like to see people giving back to it, similar to how like Microsoft contributes to the Linux Foundation, for example. So, Jihan, I know you're watching at home. Hook us up. Throw some devs our way.
He hasn't gone to bed yet. I think he lives somewhere in China, so he's definitely not gone to bed yet.
Okay.
He's still up.
Yeah. I mean, how could you sleep with this much excitement?
I mean,
that's a good point.
He's nervous because we dropped below 500 petahash. So one of the things we can touch on with 45 minutes to go, and I'm super excited, and we'll probably announce this tomorrow as well, but definitely before February, is that this next evolution of the 256 Foundation, I'm super honored to have both Scott and Tyler taking the reins and joining the board of the 256 Foundation. These two are extremely talented, trustworthy, high integrity. I mean, the list goes on. And for them to be one, bringing in the OSMU community, two, bringing the heat pump community. There's all these different kind of communities that they've been participating in that are so in line with the 256 mission and the foundation and the ethos. I couldn't think of anyone else better to be joining the board. Eco is still going to be the technical product manager across all of the projects. I'm going to be stepping down because I don't believe in a bloated board. I think the board should be max 3 people the entire time. But that's going to be up to you guys to make that decision go forward in terms of what you guys want to do. It was funny. Even with those hats, you're like, hey, should I give this out to someone? I'm like, buddy, it's your call now. You make the decisions. And I'm being
so
100
I kept it for myself.
You can keep it for yourself, but I still troll on Twitter quite a bit. I fat finger a bunch of tweets, so don't get too. No, but like literally, that means 100% of the direction of the mission to dismantle the Bitcoin proprietary mining empire is going to be led by you two plus Joe Wood, who's going to stay on the board. So, couldn't be more excited for you guys.
Well,
let's go.
It's an honor.
Yeah,
and we're up for the fight.
Let's go.
Well, and Rod, we wouldn't have gotten from 0 to 1 without you.
That's
So,
for sure.
Everyone give Rod a hand of applause for.
Yes.
For helping make the 256 Foundation what it is. And, hopefully we keep gaining traction and momentum and followers and supporters and contributors. And
that's where I'll say I think the TeleHash is like the staple. We continue to get hash rate from the community. Knock on wood, we hit blocks plural. Then there's a consistent support from, and knock on wood, it's not guaranteed, but like HRF, OpenSats have been super kind. Foundry kickstarting the donations and so on. So if you're a company, individual, and so on, whether it's donating hash or donating sats. Oh shit! I thought we hit a block for a second. Okay, 570. Let's go. Just as good. Just as good. Heart attack over here. Let's go. Go over 600.
Yeah, Schnitzel's trying to pass Electron.
Let's go. You see the friendly competition. Honestly, D, we need like a on the leaderboard. We need to somehow highlight like a boxing match between like the top two, and then it gets knocked out. Electron, you're in second place. I need my phone.
Time to fire up some
Guys.
more workers.
Guys, let's go.
You got to regain the title here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Boom.
Ooh, wow.
Petahash.
Petahash. Hey, 200 exahash would be nice. Hey, do not curb his enthusiasm. If he wants to put 200 exahash towards us, you just go right ahead, sir.
I bought a quarter of the network.
Oh man, but
lots of supporters.
On the fundraising side, definitely. I mean, what's cool is you see the proof of work. It's not like, and that's the other thing. I mean, again, it's your guys' board now, but there's no compensation related to the board, and I don't think there should be. It's a voluntary position, but that's up to you guys to go forward. But 100% of the proceeds or the grant money and the donations go to these projects.
Mhm.
Like, it's go. I mean.
Yeah, it's been 100% pass through.
100% pass through. And what's been cool, each of the grantees can vouch for this. We've been paying out like every month. Boom, boom, here you go. None of this like, hey, has it been a week? Where's my money? It's been a week. You know, I'm not.
No shakedowns necessary.
I'm not at the BitMEX casino going leverage doing it. But
hey, we passed 600.
Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go. Okay. Yeah, why do we have Schnitzel up here? He needs to be sitting the fuck down there, doing hash rate. Just joking, Schnitzel. That would be nice. It's what? A quarter exahash. That's freaking wild.
We changed the units on the dashboard so it says exahash.
No, it's got to be like bigger numbers, meaning like it should be like terahash and small and it'd be like thousands. Wait, we're putting stakes in?
Yeah,
Let's
we got
go,
the stakes.
Ryan.
We're cooking now.
That's freaking cool.
All right, Ryan's going to cook some steaks with Ember 1s. Let's see, what's the temperature at? 110 degrees with open source hash rate. Yes.
It's going to bring the temp down. Yeah, it is. Are those frozen?
No.
Yeah, these are grass-fed steaks. Local farmer.
With Bitcoin.
And cooked in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Just like God intended.
276 petahash from Schnitzel.
Schnitzel. Go ahead. He's like, I want that. Yeah. I love that. Dude, it would be so freaking cool. So we got
this.
40 minutes left in the telehash. We got 670, excuse me.
Oh, man. We're going to hit 3/4 of an exahash here soon.
Let's go. So just to close the loop on the fundraising side, it really goes to these folks. One of the things I'm super bullish on, especially with getting Tyler and Scott on the board, is more on the developer outreach and engagement to the community, thinking through ideas and getting more and more folks. We got the leads. We got leads for each of the projects, but honestly, now it's like we got proof of work. Now, hopefully, we can attract even more folks to be contributing in this next phase of the 256 growth.
100%. I can't see it not happening.
I mean, I think we've got a good start in grassroots movement with OSMU.
Totally.
And, bringing OSMU and the BitAxe under the 256 Foundation umbrella, I think is going to, just strengthen the open source community even more.
Yeah, I guess we haven't like formally talked about that, right?
Loosely, but you want to talk about
Loosely,
that?
yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean, OSMU has been around for a couple years now, but it's just a Discord, right? There's no company organization behind it, and very early on, people were like, "I wanna donate. Where do I donate to?" And I was like, "Well, you know, for bid access or whatever, like, don't donate to me." So we set up a wallet for OSMU, and you know, funds trickled in. But then as things got going, it got pretty substantial, and so we needed to set up a proper organization, and it just seemed like 256 Foundation, very aligned goals as far as open sourcing, Bitcoin mining, decentralizing hash rate. It just made sense to pull OSMU into the 256 Foundation and partner up to get this done. I mean, we're very well aligned. I think this is going to be pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, see if we can integrate the communities too. I don't see why not. Obviously,
yeah,
we're after the same thing. I remember when I first heard that you guys were starting the 256 Foundation to support open source mining. I was like, oh well, that's kind of the best thing ever. I'm in. Let's go. So yeah, I'm very happy to see this happen. You know, OSMU has been pretty. It's been a key sort of driver of attracting developers and community people and building that community. You know, both of users who are testing this stuff and reporting problems, and then also just roping in developers. Like, people have just shown up. I think all of the sort of amazing key developers for the BitAxe have just shown up on OSMU and been like, oh, hey, like I'm an expert in this particular field. I want to help out. And so it's a good driver of that. I think it can help for the 256 Foundation projects when we're, you know, trying to attract more contributors.
Yeah, and now as of January 1st, anyone who wants to contribute to OSMU can now do so via the 256 Foundation, right?
Yes, you can go to. I mean, you can donate to the 256 Foundation directly, but if you want to, you know, earmark for OSMU your donation, like earmark it for, you know, tag it as an OSMU related donation, you can go to donate.osmu.xyz.
Mm-hmm.
And send it, and it's you know, it's a tax deductible donation because it's a proper nonprofit.
Yeah. So it's great. The incentives are aligned. Let's topple the proprietary mining empire.
Incentives are very much aligned, more so than anything ever before.
Yeah.
It's so advantageous to have a proper organization and a home and these pillar projects to contribute to, and then rope in, like you said, this amazing community of 12,000 people that are just eager to hack on stuff. And
I don't know how many actual people there are. Discord is a shit show, but
yeah,
there's a lot of bots. But there's a lot of people too.
There's a lot of bots and so on. But even if it's like the 80-20 ratio, like 80-90% are just like lurkers, and then the 10 to 20% that are actual like active and doing.
That's true. I'm in there and I don't do anything.
But like still, but your list, like, I think actually lurkers are just as valuable as the doers in the space, because it just takes time for them to understand what's going on. Like Ryan Kuster, who's leading up Mujina, is a perfect example of this. I think it was like 3 or 4 years of just lurking around the park and just being like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I want to be in Bitcoin and so on. And he was just hanging around. Next thing you know, we do this TeleHash last year. And he's like, what the hell is eco taught? I mean, that's exactly me. That would be so cool if they hit a block. What the? Okay, here's my application. And next thing you know, he's off and running. Freaking rad.
Yeah, and now we've got Mujina. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Mujina is amazing.
Well,
on the game changer.
On the note of communities and accelerating development, tying this all together, we've decided to do the same thing with the hash rate heat punks. So what really formed as just this emergent movement, friend Gerald told me the term heat punk back when the Bitcoin conference was here in Nashville in 24. I was like, hey man, like, what are you guys calling yourselves? All these nerds, you know, heating hot tubs and stuff. And he was like, I like heat punk. And so I ran it and stuck with it and started putting it together and tweeting about it online, and now it's kind of this term that's prescribed, and it's caught on. So the hash rate heat pump community has been very much the same as OSMU. It's a Telegram channel. We got a forum because we hate Discord. Much smaller. There's around like 150 folks in there, but it's bridging that gap to what I would say is the more practical applications. So, what's more useful to me in the home than a BitAxe? Not that they're not great learning tools, but how much hash rate can I feasibly cram into my house that is useful to me if I'm heating stuff under that guise? And so that community bridges the gap from home builders, architects, electricians, plumbers, HVAC guys to the mining developers. And so that community will be joining under the 256 Foundation as well, which is going to be fantastic.
Let's go.
Well, and another component is the summit that you do annually.
Yes, and the summit next month.
Yep.
And this is another area, focus is so key. Focusing on the right things. And 256 was a great focus of mine for the last year. And now giving it to you guys to lead it is massive, because the park is now, it's going to be celebrating its 5th year. I cannot believe to say. That's amazing. June 1. And knock on wood, the collaborations between the park and 256 that could lead, knock on wood, the park becomes a massive supporter of the 256 Foundation. We've been supporting it, obviously, with space and other resources, but hopefully, knock on wood, over time, we could be supporting you guys financially too, which will be cool.
And Bitcoin Park and the space
That's right. We got a
Greenaway.
menu out there. Heat Punk Summit.
It's like
we got Rob Warren.
Rob Warren's great.
Yeah.
Rob Warren's great. Jeff Bride's great. Who else is great up there? That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Dylan.
Mike Clear is actually amazing. I love that guy. Dylan's great. This is probably 4. Yeah, that's only 4.
Right.
Who else? Living in Denver? Why?
You got to come visit. We're going to have a great time next month.
Actually, I do think you guys are going to have the Heat Punk Summit's going to be great.
It is.
We got a hot tub here. We need CRs.
Hot tub battle.
Yeah, Schnitzel.
I'm going to be
that's
joining
better.
Pod 256 from a hot tub every week after this sucker's installed.
So tell us about the hot tub.
So at the Bitcoin conference this past year in Vegas, Dylan actually met a guy named Michael. He had a booth, Snorkel Hot Tub. Snorkel.com is the domain, which is a clutch.
Snorkel.com?
Oh, yeah.
He's got snorkel.com?
Yeah.
Good on him.
And it's the hot tub company is called Snorkel because they actually are most recognized for wood-fired hot tubs. So it actually has a little cavity where you put wood, and it's almost like underneath you, if that makes sense. So there's wood underneath the water heating the hot tub.
It's like a human stew. You're just
exactly
just boiling yourself in there.
But long story short, this gentleman who owns the company is a Bitcoiner. It's also the hot tub that was in the movie Hot Tub Time Machine. And he just delivered one in Colorado for the current season of The Bachelorette. So they're super nice, bougie hot tubs. There we go. So they're beautiful cedar hot tubs, handmade. And he is coming out with a Bitcoin version. And we're going to have the first product.
Are you helping him with the build out or no?
So it's our friend Dane from Hash Rate House who makes a small 2-miner immersion system, and he's working on some hydro stuff with the M64. So they're both on the West Coast in Washington working on this together, this collaboration product. And we're going to have the first one in the flesh that people can come visit at the space.
But is Exergy involved with this at all or no?
No.
Okay. So you're going to have one of the first ones?
Yeah. We're going to launch it at the Heat Punk Summit. So right after I get back from this, we have to put a 7,000-pound hot tub in our backyard.
How much does this cost you?
Ask the
Guys,
sponsors.
What the?
Oh, yeah, snorkel.com/Bitcoin. And we got.
It's going to be fun.
Thank you to Kanan. They are getting everyone robes that say bathing in hash rate.
Who's everyone?
The attendees. Or the people that get in the hot tub.
Oh, you can buy it with Bitcoin now. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hit that button, pay with Bitcoin. Let's see what happens.
It's what is it? Oh, it's BitPay right now. We emailed Michael and we were like, we gotta help you out here.
Nothing's happening.
Well,
Bitcoin's a scam.
Yeah, you probably have to put info in.
Oh,
you don't want to be doing that. But yeah, you should get one here.
Guys, Mike, stop it.
Or you can come visit.
We'll come visit.
Yeah. So we're gonna have a pool party.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Good for you guys. What? Yes, sir.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Now we're gonna hit the block.
Right when the TeleHash is over, they got magically hash rate again.
683 petahash.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, your hash rate delivery has started.
All right.
Cool. You should see a worker, not plural.
Schnitzel,
worker
you gotta
appear in your pool within the next.
Schnitzel, you gotta quote tweet Rafa and say you have more hash rate.
And honestly, like I'll give them another shout out. Nice Hash, Wrigley, and Brains, making it fun and easy just to get the hash rate going, so the board and so on. And then Eco, what we should do, knock on wood, we have the Ember 1s available for sale. Obviously, people can go to bidax.org and see resellers of the bidax. We should help promote sales of home mining units leading up to the TeleHash, so people can get those units ready and installed. And so we should have, if we go back to the top on the worker side, Eco,
we'll have them all pre-programmed to hash to the 256.
Of course. And it's like a super involved process to change the pointing to the pool. It's like, you need are you sure you want to do this? Enter the following 8 numeric.
Really? What?
No, the funniest thing would be to make it complex and then just on that part release no documentation.
Seriously, why am I solving math problems? The captures, like all the
captcha just never works.
Yeah, it never works. It's a fucking red balloon.
Ooh, 700 petahash.
Here we go.
Here we go. So one of the things we want to memorialize is the number of workers and active workers, and just say, okay, here was the benchmark for TeleHash.
There it is.
Let's go. 703. Can we get to 1 exahash, people? Can we get to 1 exahash? Schnitzel's like, I can't
close.
do anymore. What's it in the Star Trek? Scotty, I need more. I can't. Oh, man. Who looks rich in this room? Let me just, yeah. Okay, not that many people. No, they've been tapped out.
How close to the end of the TeleHash last year was the block hit?
I think it was like 45 minutes or an hour to go.
I think it was under an hour.
It was definitely, under an hour.
It was definitely toward the end of the evening. Everyone was kind of just burned out.
Scott was just going on
didn't
a
work. that was my one shot at having a good idea, and it just failed miserably, and I broke Rod's trust.
Wait, what was that?
Well, that's what the night looked like. It was panning out to be like.
First, you can never break my trust. Second, I make my own decisions. Third, yes, I was contemplating a lot of things in life at that point in time. But that was more me, not like you being like, oh, we have to do this. No, we mutually agreed to do this. And we had been, that was a me and you thing.
I kind of twisted your arm on the whole solo mining thing.
No, I mean, you did, but you really didn't, because at first I was like, no, we need the guaranteed money because we really need to fund this. But when you guys told me the expected payout was $2,000 or $5,000, I was like, fuck that, let's go and see what happens.
Yeah, it sells itself.
It does sell itself. Even some people were messaging me hey, we're gonna point hash. Should we, just give you the guaranteed payout or solo mine? I'm like, there's only one option here, buddy.
Yeah.
Scratch offs are right. So no, time is arguably our most valuable asset, and where we spend it is very important. And I don't think I could have spent it better than with you guys this past year. So because like look at this, like what's come out of this, and like playing even the smallest role is massive. And honestly, everybody from D++ being inspired to all of you guys, like even Dylan crawl. I got a picture of him like army crawling under here, like plugging in something. I don't know what he was doing, but it's all these. This is why the Bitcoin Park's mission is to support and accelerate the grassroots freedom tech movement. And every single one of those words is really important. Support by like providing a space for great things like this. Accelerate to say, okay, now how do we really move this forward across the board? Grassroots is important because you could easily go top down. We could probably spend a lot of time and go to a lot of big miners and say, hey, point us some hash rate. You know, and that's cool too. Don't get me wrong. We want 1, 2, 3, 4 exahash, but to have 52 active workers, or excuse me, users from 1,300 workers is pretty freaking gnarly and awesome. And freedom tech movement. This is a movement such that every single day, more and more people are joining the OSMU community. More and more people are joining the heat punk community. More and more people are joining the 256 community. More and more people are joining the Bitcoin Park community, and it's just happening. So this next step for you guys to take this with relentless urgency and agency to just go and maximize this, I think it's going to be awesome.
Let's go.
Mic drop.
I'm excited to see what's on this table 1 year from now.
I know, seriously. 1 year from
We
now,
might need a bigger table.
We're going to need a bigger table, bigger space maybe. Although X-Frog had a really good idea, and actually I think we're going to fuck around and find out, which is we split this LED wall next to it.
An amazing idea.
I think we do it. And D++, hear me out. We split the wall, so we have 2 panels. So we need 2 screens. Let's go.
Yeah.
She says I'm in.
What's going to go on the sides?
Well, that's what we're going to figure out.
Oh, okay.
Like, maybe one side is just the stats, and the other side's the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got the leaderboard with and she's a gaming connoisseur. You get each person picks if you hit a certain level, you got to pick a character like Donkey Kong or Mike Tyson or so on.
Mike Tyson.
And then as they move up, if Schnitzel beats Electron, it's like Tyson knocks out Donkey Kong and then moves up. Electron's in first place again. Ooh. Schnitzel. I swear.
Can you make the can the Jumbotron split open and sparklers and smoke, and then the miner comes out?
Do that.
We can do that. Yeah. I'll speak for D++. She can do that. Yes, Ryan.
Hey, Rod.
Hey, Ryan.
In your last few minutes on the board,
yes.
Could you maybe articulate a case for corporate donations or sponsorships to the foundation?
100%.
Wait, is he talking into the mic? Will you repeat the question for the live stream?
I think you did.
He did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
So, and I'll repeat it one more time. So, by the way, even though I'm officially going to be off the board February 1, I'm still involved helping any advice and so on. I'm
good.
Yeah, 100% on that front. The second thing is on the corporation side. It's actually really interesting because Eco kind of touched on this. Like Microsoft, I think, is one of the largest donors, if not the largest donor, to the Linux Foundation. So I think the evolution of all of these different projects, one of the things I would be recommending is continue to develop relationships, especially at NEMS and especially at some of these other mining conferences, to showcase what this can be with their dev teams, such that we stay on top of their radar, that they're using the stuff and so on. And then it's like, hey, if we want to continue to have this continue to work, or you want to be dependent on closed source third-party hardware and software, this is the easiest solution here. And so I think for us, this is year 2. Fair. Yeah. Year 2 of the 256 Foundation.
In action. Yeah.
In action. It's still so dang early, right? And not only is our story becoming so amazing, like the proof of work side of it all. So it's more, it's not so much a pitch as more of like continue to pay attention, and for us to just continue to develop the relationships with them. And then like Foundry, I'll go back to Foundry as a great example. Like they have an internal team and culture that is Say what you will about Foundry and DCG and all that stuff. I'll put that to the side. There's other stories about that. For me, in my experience with Mike Collier, Jay Betic, and a bunch of those guys are Bitcoiners, and they are about the mission. And they've their proof of work has been donating with Bitcoin, as well as donating with their and spending their time with us. So getting more and more of those type of companies that are on the right mission, but also that are going to selfishly benefit from this stuff is going to be super massive. And you guys get guys like Rory Murray, who are absolute big brains, that it took, he had to go sideways into this place because the brain was so big. Great to see you, buddy. Yeah, I don't know what, other than there's pay attention, and this could probably be your best, I was texting with Odell and Alex Gladstein just about this stuff during the day. And I'm like, guys, out of all your potential Bitcoin-related grants, watch this project, because this team is so gnarly and tight, and the projects are growing on their own. Imagine you made one donation just to one foundation, but it spawned off 4 different projects that, knock on wood, could be their own foundations one day. And from those 4 could be 40 other quote-unquote foundations. That's why the discipline in the bureaucracy of these foundations, and just keep it tight and more so on the mission and the execution, is so freaking massive. I cannot understate that. So anyways, that was a very long-winded way of saying, if you're mining over 100 Bitcoin in any given month, take 1 Bitcoin and send it to the 256 Foundation. Number 1 guy right front row too. We got to sell him hard. You know what we're doing right now, Rory? Are we sous vide? We are sous vide. Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? Sous vide. Sous vide.
Let's see what the.
I've literally I guess I've only ever seen it.
No.
I've never been invited to a sous vide party.
108-degree
welcome
water.
to your first sous vide party right now, buddy.
This is a good one. It's Bitcoin miner heated, so.
I see a miner and water.
Meat.
It's a perfect match.
So Rory, next year, if we'll give him a mic for a hot second, if not speaking for CleanSpark, speaking for yourself, what would you need to see in something like this, the 256 Foundation, to donate either hash, like Electron, for example, but they're a private company, donated 200 petahash. Other miners like Guardrail donated a bunch of petahash. Here Megawatt. 65. What's your total capacity?
For just ours?
Yeah, all your miners?
That's all of our internal.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
let's
damn.
go.
Really?
Those are all your internal miners?
Wow.
Okay. Rod, I can't break the law.
Possession is ownership. It's fine.
Dude, that's amazing. Thank you.
You have to opt out of us changing your pool.
So you should change your terms and conditions by
Yeah.
next year, but
But I'd be curious, because you guys are purchasing, from mining hardware, mining software, mining management software, you're managing different pools, all the things. I'd be curious to know, what would you be wanting to see potentially in the next year, 2 years, 5 years, such that, just to close the loop, using the analogy, Microsoft is the largest donor to the Linux Foundation. Google is probably one of the top 10 largest donors to the Linux Foundation, and all these other type of foundations. I do think the 256 Foundation, as it relates to the mining industry, can be like that. So just out of curiosity.
I mean, high level, it's just amazing. It takes 4 seconds walking in this door to get super fired up about the grassroots Bitcoin open source movement again, right? And I'm obviously buried in kind of more the pubco side of things day to day. Where I come from is I didn't trip, fall, and land here. My passion is Bitcoin as a grassroots movement. So it's always, I think, to me, personally, it's literally as soon as I was like, oh, I'm gonna go back to the hotel. No, let me just wonder if they're still telehashing. They're still telehashing, right? So like the vibe, the sous vide, the kind of DIY, heat punk, ethos, the whole thing that everybody brings to it. That to me is super inspiring. I think I definitely don't want to speak for CleanSpark. What I would say is that one of the things that's Grid was acquired by CleanSpark, which is kind of how I ended up there. And I think Grid had that kind of ethos. So we have that culturally. I think CleanSpark's expressed it very much within the communities that they're directly involved in. Those are now in the Tennessee Valley. And so to me, it's just about continuing to bring, I think Duncan from our team is going to come this time. So I think the guys that were more on the Grid side are very steeped in this, specifically the kind of 256 Foundation. I'm excited for more people from our team to see it, more people from other public miners to see it, more people in the space to see it. Like last time we were here, I really loved, when the gentleman from Block was here and he was donating the chips. So to me, you guys are doing it, right? I think it's just, I think the only thing you need to do, I think, is show people what you're doing in this room. That's my personal view on it.
That's 100% fair. And that's where I do think these Mining Mondays to more of the podcast, all of this stuff, and then just reaching out and, honestly, Eco, just thinking outside the box. I know this sounds crazy, but we should get the top, the emails of the top 10 or 20 CEOs of these publicly traded mining companies and just forward them along, the Assembling Freedom newsletters, as well as just a monthly recap on what we're doing, just so that stays on, because I'm the CEO of the company. I would be forwarding it along to the right person. As it goes to Andrew, Jack, Rob, Julie, whoever. I'd be like, look, pay attention to what these guys are doing, if it's not right directly in my wheelhouse at the moment. So I do think more of the outbound to those folks because they'll get it.
I think we can provide a ton of value and innovation to the pubco mining sector. To the industrial mining sector. There certainly is a lot of room for improvement, I think, in making those machines more reliable, more efficient, and that's what we're striving for, is opening that up and giving more access to the people who are actually running these.
What I'm passionate about, this emergent industry of bringing mining back to homes and businesses under the guise of heating devices.
Yeah.
For that to scale, take off, it would never happen with a closed source proprietary mining empire. You think Daikin, Honeywell, General Electric, you think these companies would ever, even take a look at hash rate heating research and development and prototypes if it involved desoldering chips from Chinese shoeboxes? No. And so an organization like this also sets the playing field for, not just donations from large publicly traded miners, but from the broader energy space.
Yeah.
Which is super exciting.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we got about 10 minutes left. I haven't seen the fireworks yet on the dashboard, so that means we probably haven't hit a block yet. But that's okay. There's still time. And Electron's donating a hash rate for the next 48 hours. So even though we cut off.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Did you know? Yeah, sorry, I didn't make that clear. And that was actually, I didn't even make that ask. I just said, hey, this is the time period of whatever you can do. And they went above and beyond on the hash rate.
Awesome.
And they went above and beyond on the time frame. So
thank you.
Massive. Rafa and the entire Electron Energy team, just super thankful.
Sorry.
Schnitzel, thank you to you too, buddy. Seriously, coming up on the leaderboard there as well. Thank you to all you guys. Exergy, thank you very much for donating hash. I'm probably do 10 minutes of thank you, so we might as well start now.
Wood Miner was at the top of the leaderboard for a minute there.
Exactly. Yeah. Wood Miner was like, awesome. I literally was walking in and he was walking out. He's like, all right, I got to go get some hash rate. And I thought he was just joking with me.
You could, next year we could do something where we weight the hash rate and time it's committed. So you have like a final score, like kind of at the end, like there's a leaderboard, like when you finish a Mario Kart circuit and there's 4 races and it
I'm
ranks
not a
the
nerd,
total
sorry.
score.
Explain.
I'm explaining it for D.
Okay.
But
actually,
you could have a
Mario
leaderboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry. So duration as well as total hash rate.
Yeah, or just total shares. You could do it that way too. But
just total number of hashes. That's going to be a real big number.
Total number of hashes.
Total number of blocks would be good.
Yeah. year 5, it will be total number of blocks. It'll be like Clean Spark versus Riot versus Core versus, you know, it's like, shit, guys, we got to donate more. We got to be on the top of this leaderboard.
All right, back to thank yous.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I'll just spend a good amount of time on this. Like, D++ was super kind. She's like, hey, I want to build you guys a dashboard, blah, blah, blah. And I don't even know how the conversation started. Then we got her in a group chat, and then all of a sudden it was just like, here we go, here we go. And then next thing you know, we have the most beautiful dashboard in the universe.
Yeah, thanks, D. And thanks for the hats.
The hats are awesome too. Totally. I need it signed by you as well. But, and this is just like, I mean, V1 is like V final, because like, even if you didn't make one tweak to this dashboard is so freaking rad.
What was the peak you guys got to today?
700? 703, was it?
Let's
Around
see
there,
here. Right about there. Yeah, just about. Yeah, we broke 700 for a few. It doesn't quite show up on here, but we were over 700. Yeah.
We all saw it.
Yeah.
It's real. It's on the video.
Yeah, and there's probably just like a lot of little things that you probably want to do, but honestly, if you didn't even make one change, this would be awesome. So, huge round of applause to D++. I think this is super rad, and I think you have you're not only obviously talented, but there's something here on visualization as it relates to Bitcoin that we all need help, need in the space. So this is just one. I mean, guys, this is like a bunch of Luddites up here last year. You know, we were just up here, Eco staring at a computer, not moving for a second, and then we hit a block. Although there's maybe something to be said about that. And we need to run it back that way. But as a joke, we're gonna crush blocks next time as well.
Went over my head.
I know. Same with me.
Yeah.
The other one is just the leads for each of the projects. So Scott, Schnitzel, Jungly, who's probably asleep right now, who's in a completely different time zone, was up way late helping us troubleshoot this. Probably even last night troubleshooting as well. So Jungly, Schnitzel, Scott, Ryan, just Eco, you've assembled the dream team. It's unbelievable to see. And that's where, quick tangent, as it relates to open source projects, one of the things that I've noticed, it's really interesting. We've hosted a number of open source offsites here at the park that, for whatever reasons we did. And in-person connective tissue such that they can develop some relationships, whether they develop them online, which is great, but then to cement them in person or cement them in person to further develop them online, I think goes a long way. So doing these type of things, the Heat Punk Summits, the Mining Mondays, the TeleHashes, I think is great. And then having a pseudo kind of technical project lead, organizing them and keeping them kind of beating to the same drum, and at the end of the day, accountable for shipping and hitting deadlines. And that's the other thing that's massively key in these projects, especially if you're on your own island, wherever you live, wherever Ryan lives, wherever Jungly lives, and wherever Schnitzel lives, and just be like, hey man, I really need you to ship. And then having a great technical lead in Eco has been awesome. It really has been fun to see you guys do this.
It's been fun to do. It's been really fun to do. It's the dream team. You're absolutely right. Such A+ people working on this. It's so fun.
That's where I don't think it'd be fun to see different open source projects and see their growth and development, whether it's in Bitcoin or outside of Bitcoin. And I don't know if there's open source teams we can kind of pseudo compete with, just show our growth in what we said we were going to do and what we shipped within the period of time and within budget too. I mean, it's not like we had, it's been really, really freaking cool.
Yeah, no, we've kept the payments tight, and everybody's contributed more time than we were allotted in the project, and I think that's just a testament to the integrity of the people that we selected to lead these projects. They really believe in what we're building, and they want to follow through with it and deliver. And it's one of the most important things any of us can be working on. You know, I think we've all expressed that to ourselves in our own ways over the last several months, but everything you've seen here today is living proof. I mean, we've got an open source hash board running open source firmware controlled by an open source control board hashing to our open source pool. We've successfully open sourced the entire Bitcoin mining stack, and we've done it in about 8 months.
Send tweet.
So that's just the first step, you know, and it's just going to keep getting better from here.
100%. All right. Any other pressing questions for these guys while we got them on stage for wrap? Okay. Any closing thoughts?
Who's going to eat the meat?
Ooh, who's going to eat the meat? Mike Clear's going to eat the meat. Ryan, B++. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. It looks a little red. It's
110.
It's 110 in there.
Ooh, 110, actually.
With 2 boards.
Yeah, Mike's the chef.
It's true. This is the coolest thing happening in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It is. Hottest thing happening in Bitcoin. That was a flop. I'm the heat guy.
The heat guy. Oh, man. Eco, you close out, buddy.
I just want to shout out to everybody who's supported us today. Thank you for believing in us and believing in our mission to dismantle the proprietary mining empire. I think all signs indicate that we're winning. I mean, we got What's Miner shaking in their boots, dropping out of the market. We got Bitmain pulling products off the shelf. You know, and the demand for Bitcoin mining is just getting stronger and stronger every day. And, you know, we've got amazing innovations bubbling up through the ethos to the surface from OSMU community, from the hash rate heat punk community, and, you know, in our own way through the 256 Foundation community, as small as it is right now. These innovations are just going to keep getting better, and we just need people to continue believing in us and believing in these projects. And we need people contributing, and that could be as simple as just taking this stuff, trying something new on your own, and just sharing it online and letting people know like what you've done with it. It can be as simple as that. Every little contribution helps. And you know, the last thing I want to say is I'm going to shill the petition to Pardon Samurai one more time. I'm going to refresh this page and see how many signatures we got. Trying to reach 15,000 signature milestone. So as open source developers ourselves at the 256 Foundation, the fact that open source developers like Bill and Keone are sitting in prison right now is something that we just cannot tolerate. And I encourage everybody to share and sign that petition and help get these guys out of prison immediately.
100%. You know, one company I forgot to even Proto has been a big supporter as well, and continues to be a big supporter in this space, and investing so much of their capital and human capital in building out their own miner stack as well. I want to see. It's going to be really cool to see more and more of these companies. Knock on wood, especially selfishly U.S.-based companies also entering the market, which will be cool.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they're seeing the encouragement and the support that they've given the 256 Foundation paying off. And you know, we've tried everything we can to deliver on our promises, and we followed through with what we said we were going to do. And I hope they recognize that and can see the potential value in everything we're building.
So you say we're going to get more chips?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Short answer is yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. That'd be really cool. Because I feel like there's a number of companies that may have this sitting on pallets of chips that they can't use right now.
Yeah. We'll put them to good use.
That's right.
We're talking about the BZM2 chips, which we just got working.
That's right.
And the first reference design, first sample firmware is out. It's working. We're mining on these chips. We are ready to just, get rolling with these designs using these old chips. So if anyone has pallets of those, you should send them our way. We're ready. They are currently just, let's just say those chips aren't getting any better as time goes on. So we should get these out into production soon. Get them in good hands.
We probably need like a countdown too, maybe, or something where it like helps us count down. Because now I'm gonna do like the anticlimactic, like thank you, and then call it a day. But
I mean, it is 8:00.
D, seriously, thank you again. This was freaking awesome, and thank you everybody.
Thanks,
seriously, like all you guys sticking around.
Thank
pretty
you,
much a lot of
X-Frog.
all day. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me give him a big, massive round of applause. X-Frog. I mean, adding in the extra like camera work from the iPhone to like do the up close and personal, to getting this to work, to getting the mics to be perfect. Huge round of applause for X-Frog, please. And I'll be remiss to say, Andrew and Jack on the team are unbelievable, and they keep Bitcoin Park running at a standard that is unbeatable. So I just want to say thank you to Andrew and Jack. All right, let's go and hang. And hey, you can technically still donate hash, and it'd be. I haven't had this feeling yet, Eco, Scott, Tyler, but I kind of want this feeling. I'm gonna go to bed. I wake up at 4:25 every morning, 7 days a week.
Go to Starbucks.
Go to Starbucks. I don't cold plunge anymore, really, and that's a bad thing because I'm weak in the head mentally. I know, cancel me. It's bad. Is Aaron still in the room? Someone? Okay. It would be so rad to wake up, phone blown up, we hit a block.
Yeah, I think that's every bit-axer's dream.
It's like people are like, check price, check. But yeah, so let's see if we can make that dream become a reality.
Yeah.
So please feel free to continue and support the work. Cheers, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks.